Okay. So from last class we started with the learning about database. How do we build the application database within HANA? So as part of this, we started learning about all the database objects, database artifacts. So we've seen about schema, and we've been looking at the next one as table. So we just seen how do we create a column store table or row store table. And if given a case that there is already a table existing, and how do we create a copy of the table using like or the subquery. And we've seen about setting up primary key and setting up foreign keys. Yeah. And there's one more I wanted to show you. Last class I forgot. See, look at this table. Something like say, okay, let's take department. You create this table with how many columns? Department number and department name, right? But actually, apart from the columns, what we specified, for every table, internally system will maintain some columns by default. Yeah? So, and query is not mandatory. Actually, you'll have a schema called system schema. I told yesterday. In this, I told you there is a view which tells you about all the tables, right? M underscore CS underscore tables. Again, there's one more view, M underscore CS underscore all. You can also write a select on it, but that's okay. But M underscore CS underscore all underscore columns, which will show you, which will give you the list of the columns in a particular table. M underscore CS underscore tables will give you list of the tables available in the HANA database. And M underscore CS underscore all underscore columns will give you list of columns of a particular table. If I just right click and say open data preview, I don't see for all, I want to see it for mine. So let's filter out for my, where, see field called what? Schema underscore name. I can also write a select with where class. I can say schema name, filter. What is your schema name? You just say 9 cubics. Then say execute. Then within this, which table you are interested in? What was the table? Department, right? What was the table name? Okay. Now look, we have two columns, right? DEPTNO and DEPT name. This was a custom, we created the columns. But by default, there are two more columns in the system. See, one is row ID, one is tricks UDIV. So row ID will be a serial number generated for every row. Yeah, and Trex UDIV is like unique name maintained by for each row by the system by default. So whenever you create a table, by default there will be these two system columns in the backend. One is Trex UDIV and one is row ID bus. Yeah. This is one is each for different purpose. One is for maintaining a row sequence number, and one is the Trex for the internal understanding. It maintains some junk key for identifying that row. Yeah. Okay.
But do we use like this thing?
Yeah, sometimes I prefer using this one because generally when you want to get the row number of a record, you can either use row underscore number function, okay, or I can also use this this column value also. Sometimes when you want to formulate cumulative values of that, I would use to find out unique record. I can use this option. Okay. Next. You remember yesterday when we gone through the PDF, in the syntax of the table we had something called table type. When I went down, I had row, column, global, temporary. There are multiple types, right? So we will look at that here. Next, global temporary table was. So you know about row store table, column store table, normal tables. Then we still have further type of table as global temporary table. So you can also create a global temporary table with UI or with SQL also. With UI, where do the setting you do is you basically when you say new table, and then okay, there is a tab. What is tab here? Further properties. You see, look at this temporary table type. None means it's not a temporary table at all. That becomes normal row store or column store table, depending on what you select. Okay. Now if you drop down, then there is option. What is here? Now this becomes, it's a column store table, but it's a global temporary table. With UI, you use this option to create a global temporary table. Okay, Ramesh? Activate. Yeah. Actually, for global temporary, primary key undu. So look at this. It says, look at the syntax. Create global temporary and what? Column table. It's column table, but global temporary it is. Ante. So we use this property temporary table type as global to declare a global temporary table. That is with UI bus. Okay. If it is with SQL, you do this here. Use the syntax create. Next is you have to specify the table type, right? If it is row, you say row. If it is column, you say column. When you want global temporary column, you say global temporary column. You say. So that part of the syntax is where you specify the table type. Okay, global temporary column table name, and then the column. Okay, boss. So now we know how do we create a global temporary table. That's fine. So I can either create with UI or I can create with what? SQL also. This is a syntax of it. Now what do you mean by global temporary table? That's what it is. Okay, boss. Now look at this. Simple. The definition, it's global temporary table. So when you say global, the definition of the table is global for everyone. Everyone can see the definition, but the content of the table is specific to that particular section alone. Table structure అందరికీ కనిపిస్తుంది. దాని లోపల డేటా మాత్రం ఆ సెషన్ వరకే ఉంటుంది అంతే. So for example, now when I opened a SQL editor, this is one session bus, right? Just let me create this table. What is this table name? EMP temp global, right? Now if I go to this, can I see this? I don't know. కొద్దిగా ఈరోజు నాకు mental EMP temp column, okay. So I see this table. So even if there's another user who's got access to this schema, can also see this table. If there's another user who's got access to this schema, you can see the table definition. Then what I'm doing, I'm just inserting. Look at this. I'm inserting 4 records into this table. I'm just inserting how many? I'm just inserting 4 records. Inserted, done. Okay. Now after inserting, I'm just trying to see the records of this table. I'm just trying to read, select star from this table. I'm able to see 4 records, right? Good. Now let me just run, let me open another session, okay, and try to execute this statement, select star from so-and-so table. Our session work, our data untumana. But structure is global. Structure, the definition of the table can be used by anyone in any number of sessions, but the content of the table will be specific to that session alone. Our program run in shape like it's almost like global internal table and focus, something like that. Structure is also temporary. Structure is global, but the content of the table is local, specific to that particular session alone. That is global temporary table. Okay, done. Okay, point in case of global temporary table, you cannot have primary key.
Sir, I have a question over here.
Yeah.
Sir, then what is the use of this temporary table? Just only to handle the structure across this schema we need to name them?
Good question. So we understood now what is the table. Now in what kind of scenario we will be using this? For example, you are writing some stored procedure. You would like to do some transformation, collect the result into some temporary table, then further do some transformation. In that case, I can use this kind of tables. Like say in ABAP, you use that temporary internal tables, right? We can use this kind of table, something like that. So during the execution of the procedure, you would like to store the result in some table, then further process it, something like that. Then I can use this kind of tables. We don't use this for data storing. We don't use it for storing your data. We use this only for processing data during runtime. That's it. Yeah.
So can we say, in other words, it is kind of the view?
I would say more like a temporary table. See, like in ABAP, how do you have internal table? We'll have a concept of temporal table where during runtime of the program, the table holds the data. Now, once the program is done, the session is out, there will be no data in the table.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So one more question. What if we want to refer the same data in future?
Then you have to create normal column table. If you want to store data persistently, means permanently, then you have to go either with normal row store or column store. Only when you want to store data permanently, only during valid to that session, then you go with global temporary. That's not accepted. I'll tell you why it is. Now that's why I'm coming to that. Okay, now I want you to see this. It's very important. And when you're writing stored procedure, this knowledge is important. When you go to create table, it tells you table type, right? Get into this. And it tells you about different table types. Now here it says global temporary column, right? In the global temporary, I want you to read this. What operations are supported on this table? Can we do insert? Can we do updates? Can we do delete? And so look at this. Drop supported operations on global temporary table. We can create with or without primary key, but there is a different. We need to put hash all those, and we'll see. Then there's something add or drop a prime means we can remove primary key. We can add a primary key. Same we can say unique column also maintain. We can rename a table, add or alter or rename. We can add or add a new column, drop a column, all this can be done. Truncate means the complete table is dropped. Drop also for deleting the table. This is for deleting the table. This is for deleting the data in the table. Okay. We can create or drop a view on top. If there is a view built on top, that also can be dropped. We can create a synonym and select. Can we do select into or insert? Yes. Delete, update, upsert. So the select is like reading, delete is like deleting the records, update is for updating the existing record in the table. Upsert is, let's say there is already, if you say upsert, if there's no record with the same combination, it will update, it will insert as a new record. If there's already record with the same key combination, it will update that record. Okay, record it is a combination of insert and update. So is it like normal table? I'm able to do insert, update, delete all this? Yes. Okay, boss. ఎందుకంటే sometimes what happens is you'll have data in the main table. When you're writing stored procedure, you will have to do some manipulations on that column. You have, let's say there is a field with something, but in my logic I just have to refer only the first 5 columns, first 5 string of that column. Then what I'll do, and then I would like to store. Then I'll write a select which will just read only first 4 columns of the table of that column, first four values of that column, then store into temporary table. Then from here I want to do further refer to and use it like an array and then call others and then do some logic. We use this. So we'll see when you go to procedure like table and temporary case, how do we run through the loop and catch hold of each. Once you are able to control each record of a table and then manipulate, you can do any logic, right? Yeah. This is very important. ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ పోయి స్కీమ్ ఉంది విత్ కాలమ్స్ అనే దీంట్లో పోయి డేటా చూపించమంటే చూపిది ఏమి, అది వేరే సెషన్. ఆ సెషన్ వరకు డేటా కనిపిస్తుంది కానీ టేబుల్ మాత్రం కనిపిస్తుంటుంది. ద టేబుల్ డెఫినేషన్ ఇస్ గ్లోబల్ బట్ కంటెంట్ ఈస్ లోకల్ స్పెసిఫిక్ టు దట్ సెషన్. నీ ఇష్టం, నీకు ఎట్లా అర్థం చేసుకుని నేనైతే ఆ మాట అన్నాను. దిస్ ఈస్ గ్లోబల్ టేబుల్, structure is global but data is local to that particular session. That's all. Yeah. Next was local temporary. That was global temporary. Next is local temporary table. See, you don't have this option while creating new UI lo leda that option. If you go, you only have global or no logging. There's nothing like local. So if you want to create local temporary table, you can't go with UI. It has to be created with SQL only. నీకు తెలుస్తుంది ఎందుకు లాజికల్గా ఆలోచిస్తే ఎందుకు UI లేదు తెలుస్తుంది చూడండి. Now when you say local, see global temporary table, when you say temporary, the data is temporary. And when I say global, the structure is global or not. Now I'm saying local temporary table. What does it mean? Structure and data both are local to this particular session. So you don't get to see this table in this table so that everyone can see. No. Only during this session, this table is allowed. So is it like exactly like your internal table? Only during runtime of that program of that session, the table is created and then you use it, and then once it is done, the memory is lost for. There's no more memory allocated for the table. So definition and data both are local to this particular session in this case. But only the condition is your table name must start with hash. When you're creating a local temporary table, your table name must start with hash here.
I have a doubt.
Yeah.
Sir, anyway, we cannot see anything which is available in the global temporary table which can be seen, right?
Yeah.
So then, what is the point? What is the difference?
See,
anyway.
Yeah, I would like to create some structure which must be globally consumed by multiple procedures, but data is local. Then I'll go with global temporary table. If you want to have the table definition created during runtime of the program, then I'll go with what? Local temporary table. Yeah. Like global structures, it will be global. So I would like to have some temporary table, but used across multiple procedures. then I'll go with global temporary tables. But if you want to have some structure of a table which is specifically used only in one particular procedure, which is doing runtime, like internal table, then I'll go with what? Local temporary table.
But then it cannot be used across. You said it cannot be used across
Global
global
you can't
temporary
use
table.
across. Global you can use across, but data cannot be used. The structure of the table can be used across, but data cannot be used.
Okay, okay. So you can use that in different procedures, right?
Yeah. Definition can be used, but the content cannot be used.
Content cannot be used. Okay.
Yeah. Now, in this, for local temporary, you must start with the table with name with hash, and then you create this. The question is, why is that they're not given with UI? Because local temporary is only for that session, right? If I create with UI, you should have to show this here. That's why there's no option with UI about creating local temporary. I create this, I'm just inserting 4 records. Then let's say I execute this, select, I see the record. This is in this system, right? If I copy this and open another session and try to see, in case of global temporary table, when I run this, it has run the query, it was able to identify the table, but it was showing no record, 0 records. But now see what does this say? అర్థమైన difference? Table లేదంటారు. In case of global temporary table, it was able to recognize the table, but no data was. But this is not able to recognize the table at all in the other session. So the table would be valid only to that particular session alone. That is local temporary. This is exactly matching to your internal table.
Okay. Okay.
You can't see this table here. It's only existing in this session alone. That's why I can't see that in my left panel. No.
Okay. Similar to temp table concept.
Yeah. And moreover, actually, this may not be so important. Why? Because let's get this. Let's say I have some statement, something like some select statement I've got. Okay. Now I would let collect the result set of the collect the result set of the select statement into one temporary table. I can just say I tab equal to so and so. And this I tab does not need any declaration at all. If I just say I tab equal to so and so, based on the result set, the temporary table is automatically declared. No need to declare. In that case, the declaration of local temporary table may not make sense. But there is a concept of local temporary table. When I do this assignment of result set to a table, automatically based on the result set, the definition of this temporary table I tab is declared automatically. But there is a case from the procedure, if you want to export this table out, then that needs a declaration. The procedure is like your ABAP model, you're writing some code. If you're using the table, temporary table within that code, it does not need any declaration. If you're exporting the content of this table back as an export parameter, that needs an explicit declaration. Okay. Next, logging. Next, the concept property called logging. If you see, this concept called no logging. So you remember we have log volume and data volume. What does log volume say? So whenever you do any changes, it keeps capturing the logs through the logger, and page management, it does collect the logs into what? Log volume. So what is the purpose of the log volume? If there's any problem, I can re-execute those logs and bring the data back to the same status, like to handle the data persistence and data miss logs. So it can re-execute those logs and bring the data back to the status what it was when you lost the power. That is, you know about log volume. Our logs undalna, if do you want to maintain those logs on this table or not? And after how many seconds the logs must be cleaned out. That's what we say. Yeah, now look at this. So default, you'll have the logging is enabled on the table. And if you explicitly want to say what we can use the property no logging and say, I don't want any logging on this table. So when you basically specify like this, see, no logging, retention 300 seconds. Retention, even if it maintains logs, after 300 seconds, the logs must be cleaned out from the log volume. Okay, we cannot see that, but by default, logging is maintained. If you don't want if you want the logs to be cleaned out after 300 seconds, then you will say what? No logging, and I want the retention to be only for what? 300 seconds. So after 300 seconds, it will be cleaning out the logs on this table. But inko point is even if the memory reaches 80% of it, then also it cleans it. Okay, boss. After the specified time is done, the table will be dropped if the memory is completely used by what? 80%. If the memory is used by 80%, then this table will be dropped. That is what log. So it does not maintain any logs at all on this table. But even if it maintains logs, we are saying what? The retention is only for 300 seconds. Since there are no logs, when the memory reaches 80% of it, then these kind of tables will be deleted. So any table which has got no logging property switched on, when the memory reaches 80% of it, these tables will be dropped out. But generally, we will not prefer that. We want application table to be completely persistent, whether memory is 80% or 90%. But there is an option like that, no logging. Okay, that's okay.
Using GUI also, we can also have option no logging.
Should be very quick. But in the UI, you can't specify the retention period. You can just say only logging, no logging. By default, it is logging. If you set this object, then there is no logging. It does not maintain any logs. Whatever it keeps collecting logs, but after 300 seconds, the logs are cleaned out completely. That's what it says. Okay. Logging at logs maintained log volume. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a small doubt in case of that global temporary table.
Yeah.
Now, when we are creating a global temporary table, and if we close that session, can we see that global temporary table in the tables list once the session is closed? The structure.
I showed you. This is EMP temp global. This is a global temporary table only.
Okay.
We are able to see the structure now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Auto merge bus. Merging, you know what merging, right? See, you have to go to the Google. There is one document on merging. SAP HANA Delta merge. So there is a PDF document how to Delta merge on SAP HANA. Just go through this. If you just search for SAP HANA Delta merge, you get this. This is a very good document. Basis all okay. But for me, we have to use this in this case. Now, if you just go down, just understand the importance of merging and background information, all this. You know what? No, he explains about column store table, saying that it will have a delta table and main table. Write operations are carried out on delta, and read operations are both on delta and main. Okay. And you know this unload means what? The table is unloaded from main memory. What do you mean by partial loading? Only some columns of table are loaded. And what do you mean fully loaded? All columns of the table are loaded into main memory. Okay. Now he explains about delta merging, merge process. Okay, how is actual delta merging is done? Look at this. So let's say you created a table. It will have main one, it will have delta one, and write operations will be going on delta, and read operations are done on main one and delta one. Okay. Now let's say the situation is like this. As of now, main table has got 5 records. In delta, you actually created 3 records. Means you inserted 3 records. You executed commit. Insert record 1, you execute commit. Insert record 2, you execute commit. Insert record 3, you execute commit. So we have 3 committed transactions in delta 1, and at this point of time, still the user who is still writing 1 record, say insert into this table or something. He is inserting 4th record, but still he has not yet committed. Let's say that is the situation. Now you say what? Trigger merging. Trigger the merge. What it does is, it creates another 2 tables. One is 2 tables, 2 storages. One is called main 2 and what? Delta 2. all the transactions from main 1 are directly moved to what? Main 2. And all the committed transactions from delta 1 are moved to what? Main 2. And the uncommitted transaction is moved to what? Delta 2, and where user can still be writing that record. So ultimately, where is all my committed transactions now? Main 2 has got the old records of main 1 and also the 5 records, and the committed 3 transactions of delta 1 is also brought into what? Main 2. Now once that is done and the main 1 and delta 1 are freed up, then ultimately main 2 and delta 2 becomes the main storages of column table. Now again, now main 2 will have 8 records and delta 2 will have what? 1 record, which has been committed yet. So they're using this concept of formulating new storage and moving it out because they want to reduce the downtime during merging process. Because during merging, the tables are locked. We don't want the table to be, SAP doesn't want the table to be locked for a longer period. So they want to shift it out. So even when they're shifting from main 1 to main 2, still main 2 will be supplying data to those reporting applications. After it is completely moved, then the storage has gone. So did we reduce it only during the switch? When it has switched from main 1 to main 2, we'll have small downtime. Otherwise, rest all time still we are able to do reporting. Yes, brought in main 1 and main 2 and then is moving towards like that because you want to reduce the downtime. Okay? You want to reduce the locking time of this table. Because when I bring in main 2 and at the same simultaneous time when I'm removing data from main 1 to main 2, main 1 will still be giving, look at this, where is I'm reading from? Main 1 is still giving me the data for read operations, right? And delta 2 automatically is enabled for the new write operations. So even during merging process, still I'm able to write, still I'm able to do reading. Only during it is very fast, only during switch of it. So when you're switching from main 1 to main 2, we have some downtime. Otherwise, during that time, the table will be locked. Otherwise, it's no locking up the table. To reduce the, see, you know the process. We have to move the data from delta to main. But to reduce the amount of time the table is being locked, they have brought into this concept. You understood this? So you'll have main delta 1, yeah. So when you perform the merging, what happens? All the transactions from main 1 are moved to what? Main 2. So even at the time when you're moving data from main 1 to main 2, still main 1 is used for what? Reporting. And then from delta 1, all the committed transactions from delta 1 are moved to what? Main 2. Even during the time of moving, still delta 1 is considered for what? Reading operations. During merging, if there is someone else creating a new record, it is still written to what? Delta 2, which is still be accessed by read operation. Now, once the delta merging is completely done, so it writes all the committed transactions from delta 1 are written to this. The uncommitted transactions are written to what? Delta 2, because still it has been written. So ultimately, main 2 will start getting the entire data, all the committed transactions. The uncommitted are in what? Delta 2. So now, the system has to do a switch saying from now don't read, once it is done all this, from now don't read from main 1, it has to read from what? Main 2. It has to do a switch. Then main 2 and delta 2 becomes the main storages. Only doing that switch, the read operations are blocked. Otherwise there's no downtime. And even you don't even feel that timing. You can keep doing reporting, you can keep doing merging, so that's should not be a problem. Because while doing merging also, we still are able to read or write this. Okay. So you understood about this merging process, no?
Sir, from main 1 to main 2, all the data will be transferred or only uncommitted
See.
records will transfer?
Let's assume like once again, okay? Let's say let's focus on before merging. What is my situation? I already had 5 records in my table. We insert delta. I already performed merging. Assume my main 1 has got 5 records, and there are 3 transactions in delta 1 for which the commit is already executed, but we have not yet performed merging yet. And there's one more record for which the commit was not yet done. Still, user is in the process of end writing this. So now when you trigger the merging, what happens? Even it creates 2 storages extra. One is main 2 and delta 2. That is one. And then delta 2 is directly enabled for writing from then onwards. During the merging process, every write operation has to be going to what? delta 2. So what it does, so if there is some record which is obviously written off of the way, so those uncommitted transactions from delta 1 is moved to what? Delta 2, so that user can start writing it to delta 2 bus. All the committed transactions of delta 1 and the data what we already had in main 1 are moved to what? Main 2. So now main 2 will get the bunch of records from main 1 and as well as the committed transactions from delta 1. But even during the process of merging this, bringing the records from all this, still the reading is done on main 1, delta 1 and delta 2 and writing is done to delta 2. Now once we finished moving records from main 1 to main 2 and delta 1, committed transactions from delta 1 to main 2, the merging is done, then we have to switch the tables storages from main 1 to main 2, delta 1 to delta 2. That's it. Only during switching there is some downtime, otherwise rest all, even during merging still reporting can be done, still writing can be done, no differences. Yeah. Now once you know about this merging, okay, this is really good important. Merging on partition tables. Suppose if I have a table, I have created partitions on the table. Let's say you will see we'll have hash partitioning, range partitioning, and we'll have round robin partitions and we can create multi-level partitioning also. Suppose if there is a table with 4 partitions, and if I do merging on this, you should refer each partition as a separate table. Partition 1 will have main store, delta store. Partition 2 will have main store, delta store. Partition 3 will have main store, delta. Partition 4 will have main and delta separate. So each partition is like a separate column store table. Okay, boss? So now we'll have different merging types. This is important. We need to know about different merge types. See, when you say merge types, based on the type of merge, functionality will not change. Merging process is one and the same. And taking data from delta to main, that process is same. When you say merging type, that does not change the process of merging. It's only about triggering. Who is triggering? How is this been triggered? That's it. Yeah? So now look at this. One is the merge types will have two things: automatic system process and what is manual. So when it says automatic system process, if system is triggering the merging automatically, that is automatic triggering. Manual, I go about triggering the merging on the table. That is manual. Ultimately, the concept of merging is all same. They brought in different types of merging based on who is triggering what and when it has been performed. Remember, look at this. In case of automatic system processing, we have two things. One is auto merge and critical merge. Auto merge and what is critical merge? And both are, if it is system, if system has to handle, which is a process in the system which handles the merging? Merge tag. So automatically automated system process auto merge, then critical merge. Auto merge and now what is this auto merge? Okay. So while creating a table, we can basically switch on or switch off the merging. So when you basically enable the auto merge on a table, so it is responsible of the system to trigger the merging. So you'll have a process called merge dog. Merge dog will be scanning through the table. Whenever the table satisfies the auto merge decision function, it will trigger merging on the table. That is what? Auto merge. So as soon as you enable an auto merge on a table, so system is responsible for triggering merging on the table. So you'll have a process called merge dog, which will be scanning through the table just to find out if there's any table which satisfies the auto merge decision function, which is configured in the configurations. Then only then it triggers merging on the table. Manam server configuration lo so do you have this auto merge? What is this here? Decision. So there is a criteria specified. So what does merge dog will be doing is merge dog will be scanning every table. Whenever it finds any column store table which satisfies this condition, it will trigger merging on the table. That is called as auto merge. Okay, Rabas, yeah. So now, so while creating a table, you can decide whether auto merge should be enabled or not. Okay, Bas? So whenever you're creating a table, you can decide whether auto merge should be enabled, so the system should take care, or do you want to take care? Yeah. Then there's something critical merge. Now what is critical merge? Let's say I have a column store table and you have switched off the auto merge. Auto merge switch off in the system is nowhere responsible for triggering merging auto. So and actually I had to trigger manually. I had to trigger the merging on the tables. Even I forgot to do that, and auto merge was also disabled. So there was huge amount of data getting into Delta store, and it reaches to the peak stage where system cannot handle the Delta store table anymore. Then system will trigger merging. That is called critical merge. Okay, boss. See, critical merge is what you have disabled auto merge, so system is not taking care of merging, and we are supposed to trigger manually. Even we forgot to trigger manually, and then they've been inserting lot of records into this table, and the size of the delta storage reach to the maximum extent that system cannot handle it anymore. Then system will forcefully execute the merging on the table. That is called as critical merging. You చేయకపోతే ఎత్తిపోతున్న సిస్టమ్ అనే టైంలో చేస్తుంది, అది critical merging. Further, there is no system. System will force it to do merging. No condition, nothing. Yeah.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yeah.
So who will define this delta tables memory or space?
You will say the decision function, right?
Okay.
See, you're saying about who will define this decision function. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So if we don't take care of the memory, it will decide, right? The critical.
Yeah. You're saying where do we decide what is the extreme case you're saying? That's what you say.
Yeah.
So there will be some system limit that we cannot control. There will be some system limitations. As we're discussing, there are some limitations on the database, right? Each table size cannot go beyond 2 TB. There will be some system restrictions. And when it reaches that,
so it will be predefined when we get a HANA package, or how does it work?
Actually, you're supposed to see here in the system's information, there should be some this is status. No, actually, they don't really specify as what is the limitation. But when you're not doing merging, if there is some case that the system is not able to handle it anymore, then it has to do the final trigger. That is called critical mode. This is not that condition.
No, because when do we actually come out?
Explain your sir. What is it? The complete database. What are the configuration you've done, like auto merge decision function is for entire database, not for one table. Yeah.
So what scenarios are like actually there that we can come to know that we have to manually
First let me explain this for, then I'll come to that in what scenario, which type of merging you will prefer. Yeah. Now next is manual merging. You either you can manually perform a merging on a table either with UI or with SQL statement. You can write a normal SQL statement to perform merging, or with UI. You can right click on the table and you have option like perform merging alone. Hard merge bus. Hard merge ante, see, you should understand two concepts. One is tokenization and actual merging. Ante neighbor anta perform merge on this table anko, that is called tokenization. You have issued a token to perform merging on this table. And as per this token, is it actually performing merging or not? That is the next point. Tokenization is like you're issuing a command, okay, it has to do merging on this table. Based on this command, it is performing merging or not, then it's a different case. That's a two process. One is tokenization and one is actual merging process. When you say hard merge, you issue a token and system straight away performs merging. That is called hard merge. It does not check any condition, nothing is checked. It receives a command, you issue through SQL statement or whatever it is, you say perform merge on this table, which is forced merge. It does not check for any condition, straight away it performs merging on the table. Okay, that is called as what? Sorry, that is called as hard merge boss. Okay, boss. Then we will come to this first. Then what is this here? Smart merge boss. Again, you through SQL statement, you issue a command saying perform merge on this table through smart parameter smart merge on. When it says smart merge, what happens? You issue a token to the system to perform merging on this table, but system will perform merging on this table only if smart merge decision function is satisfied. Smart merge ante you issue a token to the system saying to do merging, but it will perform merging on the table only if this condition smart merge decision function is satisfied. నువ్వు టోకెన్ ఇస్తావు మర్జింగ్ చేయని, కానీ ఆ మర్జింగ్ నిజంగా ఎప్పుడు చేస్తుంది? ఈ కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయితేనే చేస్తుంది అన్నట్టు. అది హార్డ్ మర్జ్ ఏంది? ఇట్ ఇస్ నాట్ చెకింగ్ ఎనీ కండిషన్, స్ట్రేట్ అవే ఇట్ ఇస్ పర్ఫార్మింగ్ మర్జింగ్. ఓకే బస్. Okay, boss. Next we have something called forced merge. Next we have something called what? Forced merge. Now when you say forced merge, it is a manual command you give it to say do merging. But generally what happens, system will have to execute a lot of processes, right? Sometimes my system might be busy running other operations and your merging process is kept on hold. Okay, but if you feel that your merging process is really critical, it should not be kept on hold, then you will say what? Forced. When you say perform forced merging, even though my system is busy, it has to keep all other work aside and do my merging first. First, I'm increasing the priority of my merging process. That is like forced merge. Hard ante normal merging istane merging chestundi. Forced endi merging eppudu chestundi? System ki busy unna kuda man daniki highest preference ichi chestundi. Idi forced. Smart merge, as soon as you issue token, it perform merging only if it satisfies smart merge decision functions. Next is memory merge. See, generally what happens is whenever you're looking at main store, delta store, actually whenever you perform merging on this table, perform a delta merge on a table, let's say the table is not in memory, table is let's say in the disk, and you select the table and say perform delta merge. So first this table is loaded to main memory, it loads into main memory. During delta merging, it will load the table into main memory, perform all this main and delta, all these delta merging operations. After that, it sends the data, it puts the data back to what? Disk. Okay. If I say memory merge, it load the table into main memory and perform merging in the main memory. It does not write back to the disk. It will write data when the next actual save point comes in. We know about save point, right? Save point means what? From memory, we are writing back to disk. Now, when you say memory merge, first of all, the table is loaded to, whenever you do merging, the table must be loaded into main memory. Then it performs merging in main memory. After this, it has write back the changes to the disk bus. If you say memory merge, immediately it will not write back the changes to disk. It does perform merging only in main memory only. During the next save point, the data of this table will be written back to what? To the disk bus. So memory merge ante memory lone jarugutundi, main memory lo varke reflection does. It does not reflect the changes to disk. And during the next save point, the changes are written back to what? Disk. Adi memory merge. Okay. So see, mainly we will be interested only on these types. Okay. We don't have to worry so much into the dark. This is more of admin document, but still, now you are asking me which one will I use. Now I have so much of options like where I can associate my system to do merging, or I can do manually triggering the merging. Yeah, I would say I will go with smart merge. Or how do we choose whether I go with smart merge, or I would go with hard merge, or I would go with auto merge in point? Let's say, look at the point. Let's say I have a table. I'm inserting a lot of records into this table. During the time of loading data into this table, if you do merging, it will affect my loading performance. Let's say I have a table and you're trying to insert a lot of data into this table. During the insert operations, if the merging is triggered, it will affect the performance of the insert. It will not stop, but it will slow down my insert operations. Okay. Imagine a situation like this. I have a cube in BW, but the underlying table of cube is what? column store table. It will also have main and div. Let's say the column store table of my cube, which is backend, is enabled for auto merge bus, and you've triggered a DTP to load lot of data into this cube. Okay. After loading 1 lakh, you're loading 10 million records. After loading 1 lakh records, it is set. You enable auto merge, right? After loading 1 lakh records, the merge log will be scanning always. After you loaded 1 lakh records, let's say merge log has identified this table for auto merge, then what happens? Immediately auto merge is triggered. Even during the loading process, the auto merge was triggered, so obviously the data load the time taken to load this data will be longer. That will affect my loading performance. So my point of interest would be what? Let me load all the 10 million, then trigger merging. Then what will you do? You will switch off auto merge on the table. Then let me run the DTP and load all the records into the queue. Then trigger merging. If I want to decide when I want to trigger merging, then I should go with manual or automatic process. Manual. Now once I trigger manual, if I say manual, I trigger merging, it does merging. That is what? Hard merge. But say even though there is one record in Delta Store, I don't want to do merging this. If I issue a token, but it actually should do merging only when there is really makes sense. So what I'll do, the making sense logic, I'll put that into smart merge decision function, and I'll trigger a merging on this table saying what? Smart merge on. So I issue a token on the after loading all the 10 million data into the table, I'll say perform merging, but it does merging only when that condition is satisfied. So considering these facts, can I prefer smart merge? Okay, numbers, yeah. Then it goes. There's a lot of,
sir, if you want.
1 second, boss. See, in the decision, there's a lot of abbreviations like DMS, DCC, all this. You can understand. DMS is what Delta Memory Storage. MM is main resident storage. Table merge delay. You can get to see. This is not your game, but that gives you a syntax. Suppose the manual triggering of merging is done with SQL, right? For SQL, what is syntax? You say, look at this. You use a parameter like smart merge on until it becomes smart merge. Smart merge off until it is not a smart merge. Forced merge on until forced merge out. Memory merge on until that becomes what? Memory merge. For BW, look at this. For PSA, what delta merge is automatically performed. For master data, we are using auto merge. Okay. For advanced DSO, write down all this, we will be preferring smart merge. See, for ODSs, delta merge is automatically performed during activation process. For advanced DSO, again the same way. For write automated DSO, you don't have activation process. So in DTP, you have option called perform merging on. So that performs which one? Smart merge. Same with HANA optimized cube, we will say what? Smart. This is important. Fine, merge types, A bit, A merge type, what we could choose.
It's only smart merge.
Preferably, I will go with smart merge if it is BW, cube or this. For master data, it is auto merge because we don't have any process of triggering merging after the BW master data loading. For PSA also, auto merge. Within activation process, it does the merging, so you cannot control to be triggering manually. Since the activation process of ODS will trigger merging, you cannot control when to trigger merging. So that is auto merge. But when it comes to cube or right on DSO, you can go with what? Smart merge. Because after running DTP, you can explicitly control when to run the merging.
When we do this merging, pipelines or any process?
We'll do like that one. In the process, now you have a process type called delta merge. But now, see, now we are not focused on how to trigger the merging, but we are only focused to learn now, while creating a table, how do I switch on the property of auto merge, yes or no. When we get on to DML statement, data manipulation statements, we will discuss about how to write SQL statement for performing merging. But for now, we are just saying how do we decide whether merging should be enabled or not. See, look at this. You take this table. If you create the table like this with option as what? No auto merge ante, you're disabling auto merge, so you should take care about triggering the merging. You know about the auto merge. Now by default auto merge is enabled, because even in UI you don't specify anything. By default auto merge is enabled on it. Okay. But if you want to control it, then you will say what? No auto. If you say no auto merge, then auto merge is disabled. If you say auto merge is enabled. Okay. Now I say no auto merge bus. Then what does it mean? I've created some table where the merging is not enabled. Yeah. See, in the systems there will be a table called tables. Okay. Detail detailed information you can know whether this table is been enabled for auto merge or not, or what it is. Is logged, is a system table. Look at this. Is it, what is it? Is column table? If it is column, what type of table is it? Column. Yeah. And then the global is it logged or not? Yes, logging is available. What is this? What it is temporary false, and it's a what? Not a temporary table. You should have a column. Auto merge node ఉంటుంది.
వెబ్సైట్ కి ఉంది సార్.
ఇది ఎక్కడ ఉంటుంది? Session type is memory, is table type converter.
Auto merge and false.
Yes, sir. Auto merge false.
Yeah.
Auto merge false.
Now here it tells me whether auto merge has been false. Yeah. If you create the same table saying with option as what? Auto merge. Then what? It says what?
True.
Auto merge is true. So which tells me, if you see this table properties, then
So no need to mention auto merge, right, sir? By default, it will create auto merge.
we'll see one second. This says true. Now you want to see if I don't specify anything, okay. See, by default, it is switched on the merge bus. Okay. So see, while creating table, we are able to control whether the auto merge should be enabled or not. So if I have a requirement like this, say someone has already created a table, they have basically switched off the auto merge. Now I wanted to alter the table and enable the merging. Initially, let's say the table was created with saying no merge bus, no auto merge. Then later I would like to change the definition of the table to enable auto merge. Then I can use alter statement. Okay. I can use it something like, say, for this table we said no auto merge bus, right? So it will be false now, right? It says false. Now I would like to alter this table definition so that I would like to enable auto merge by altering this table. So I can say alter table. We'll see that later, but also enable auto merge. Enable auto. That's one word it takes. Say enable auto. Now if I go and see the information of this table, it should tell me what. Now it says true. So even by using alter statement at a later point of time, once the table is created, if you want to enable it, you say enable. At the same to enable it, TCL you will say what? Disable. So now we are not performing merging. We are only just enabling the property in a table whether auto merge should be enabled or not. If auto merge is disabled, we have to take care about triggering the merging. If auto merge is enabled, system will take care about merging. Okay. We'll get on to the options of performing merging types later. Yeah. For now, if you want to practice merging, you can do this. You insert some tables. Yeah. You take some table, insert some data. Then when you right click, you have option. What is this here? Perform in the hard done. Okay.
Hello, one question, sir. Hello.
Okay.
Sir, you are specifying smart merge with the DB size, right? So if you declare that one, that is specific to particular cube, or it will...
No, it is global. Smart merge, whatever the decision function is specifying for auto merge or smart merge, that is for entire system, not for table.
Okay. So and one more thing, in memory merge, you are telling that the entire operations will done on memory, not in DB side, right?
In all the cases, merging is actually done in memory only. Let's say you merge some table. First, the table is loaded to main memory. Then the merging process is done in main memory because HANA will process data in main memory, right? So it actually loads the table data into main memory first and then does the merging. After merging, it has to reflect the change back to the disk immediately or not. Is smart merge. In every case of normal merging, after doing merging in memory, it writes the data back changes to what? To the disk immediately. But if it is memory merge, it will only do merging in memory and keep it ready. During the next save point, it does saving. It does not want waste time in writing that to the database.
Okay. So in all merging operations, whatever initially you shown, right, the main one and main two and delta one. And
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And one more thing, sir, you explained the tables, right, creating global temporary table and local temporary. So you have no option to create global table. So in which way you can see the data, everyone like that?
No. Everyone
data and structure.
See, if you create normal column table, what will happen? Everyone can see table structure, everyone can see data. That's all. Yeah. అలా వద్దనే కదా దానికి వెళ్తాండి.
Okay, fine.
There's a point here which tells you it is important to understand even if a column store table is unloaded, unloaded means what? The table is not there in main memory, or partial load means only some columns are in memory. The whole table will be loaded into main memory in order to perform what? Delta merge. Entire table will be loaded. So is not specifying any merge type. Whenever you do merging, the entire table is loaded to main memory and then merging is performed. Okay. Next option was unload priority was. Even here, what you know about loading and unloading? Loading means what? Loading the table from disk to main memory. Unloading means what? Unloading data from main memory. Removing data from main memory. Here we are not loading or unloading. That is data manipulation. We are only focused on something called, while creating a table, I can set up something called unload priority. What is unload priority? Unload priority, look at this. What do you mean by unloading? Removing data from main memory. Okay. The priority can be from 0 to 9. Okay. See, let's say your memory is like say 100 GB here. Right? There will be some point of time where the memory, when you keep filling data into main memory, there will be some point of time where the memory gets filled. Yes or no? So when the memory is getting filled, there should be some mechanism of unloading it also, like cache. Yes. So now let's say I have main memory which is filled in with say 20 tables. How do I know which table should be unloaded first? Right. So for that we can specify the unload priority. So unload priority will range from 0 to 9. The more the higher the number it is, it has to get unloaded first, earlier. Unload priority can range from 0 to 9 bus. Higher the number, it has to get unloaded from the table earlier first. Until let's say now the table is, now memory is completely filled. First it will find the tables which has got the highest priority, unload priority. Let's say there are tables with 9, first that will be unloaded. Even then it's still not able to satisfy the memory requirement, then it will again find out the next table with next highest priority with let's say 8. Those tables will be unloaded automatically by the system. So when you're creating a table, I would like to configure the unload priority. And higher the number, it will be unloaded earlier, and lower the number, it will be in main memory for longer time. Okay, boss. This the syntax. You just say unload. Unload priority. I'm giving it a 0, but I can give it any number ranging from 0 to 9. I would say 7. So what happens? 7. Default is 5. Default it takes 5. For normal your cubes, days all it takes 5. So unload priority is specifies a priority which table should be unloaded earlier from the memory.
700, 987.
First 900 tables వెళ్ళిపోతే next 8 తర్వాత 7. Descending order. Okay, boss. You're not unloading now. We are only setting up the priority that it has to get unloaded. So, okay.
So this is unloading data from main memory to?
No, we are not unloading. We are only setting up a priority on this table, saying when the memory is filled, whether this table should be unloaded early first or later. Ante. Inka man unloading cheyale. Loading and unloading are separate logic. Like you say load this table, you say unload this table. That's a very concept. That is DML. As part of DDL, I'm only dealing with setting up the priority for the table. I'm not unloading or I'm not loading this table. ఈ టేబుల్ ఒకవేళ మెమరీలోకి లోడ్ అయితే మెమరీ ఫిల్ అయినప్పుడు ఇది ఫస్ట్ అన్లోడ్ కావాలా వద్దా అని చెప్పడం వరకే ఇది. ఇప్పుడు అన్లోడ్ కానీ లోడ్ కానీ చేయలేదు. ఓకే,
అంటే డిస్క్ లో ఉన్న డేటాని మర్జ్ తర్వాత అన్లోడ్ చేయడానికా? ఇది ఐఎమ్ నాట్ గెటింగ్ దిస్ కాంటెక్స్ట్.
See, actually, if you want to load a table, you'll say load and then you'll have to specify this table. Then if you say this, then what? The table is loaded to main memory. You say what? Unload, and you'll write this table. Say, this table is unloaded from main memory. This is for loading data into main memory. This is for unloading data from main memory. Okay. This is a different concept. You're forcefully loading or unloading. Or you can also right click on the table, you have option load into main memory, unload from main memory. Right. Manually, you're manipulating the data either to be loaded into main memory or remove it from main memory. Now this is
no, he's asked.
What is this?
No, what his question is?
Yeah.
Main memory నుంచి disk కి load చేసేదా అని అడుగుతున్నారు.
Unloading means the data is dropped in main memory. That's all. It does not bring anything back to disk. కాదన్నా. See, this is disk, okay? This main memory, okay? Your RAM. So I have T1 with 100 records. Now when you say load, then what happens? The table 1 with 100 records are loaded to main memory. Now when you say unload, మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడ రైట్ చేసేది ఏముంది, రైట్ చేసేది ఏం లేదు, అది సేవ్ పాయింట్ రైటింగ్ అంటే. దిస్ డేటా ఇస్ డ్రాప్డ్. You can say unload is nothing but like dropping data from main memory bus. That's it. You got this now. Now you understand what is load and unload. Now what I'm saying is, let's say your main memory is, let's say 64 GB is your main memory bus, and you have loaded because you run a lot of select statements and lot of tables have been filled into main memory, and now main memory is filled. Okay. Actually what happens is, when you say load, the table gets into main memory, unload to main memory వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. But even if you don't load, if you run a select statement on a table, during first fetch it will load into main memory. I have table 7 now, but you have not loaded anything. It is in where? In the disk. But you are executing a select statement against table 7. During first read or during first fetch on the table 1, it will load this also into what? You don't have to say load. During first fetch, it will load that into main memory. Like this, when it keeps doing like this, at some point of time, your memory gets filled. Let's say now it is trying to put T7 table into main memory, but there is no space available. T7 memory పెట్టాలని చూస్తాం, space లేదు. So automatically it has to unload some tables and create a space for T1. Which table should be unloaded? The tables with the highest unload priority will be unloaded first. So automatically it finds the table. Let's say table 6 is with highest unload priority is say 9. So this table data is deleted, and then checks if that space is enough for T1, then it will put T1 and then moves it. So unload priority will tell you which tables have to be unloaded first when the memory is getting completely filled or used up. Okay, boss?
Disk loan data, it's not on HANA, it's on normal RDBMS disk antena.
మొత్తం అంత HANA server అంత HANA అన్న. See, HANA will have two store, the memory and data volume. I told you, generally you feel it as RAM. Every read is from main memory, but every write is to the main memory and to the disk. I told you, right? If you write to the disk, there's no data persistency at all. Every read is from main memory, but every write is to the RAM and to the disk also. It will write the changes to the disk, and then from there during save point it will write the changes to the disk also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yeah.
So in this example, what is the save point functionalities, and how exactly we can define save point functionality?
Say for example, now let's say T7 has got 5 records. Yeah. Then you start doing something on the table. Then this table got loaded to what? Main memory, 5 records. Okay. Now through insert statements, you have written insert 1 record. Now this 1 record will be there only in main memory. It does not have that in the disk bus, right? But whatever the 1 record you inserted, it maintains log in the log volume, saying that this 1 record was inserted. They would have configured save point saying every 5 minutes. So after every 5 minutes, then whatever the changes in main memory are written to what? Disk. Now disk will start getting 6 records. This will have what? 6 records. Again you insert 1 more record, let's say 1 more. During next 5 minutes again there will be 1 more save point which will write this 7 records to what? To the disk. That is save point. Save point is about saving changes from main memory to disk. Now my point was, say within the next 5 minutes, let's again you create 1 more record. Now it becomes what? 7 plus 1. Let's say you lose. Then let's say there is a power loss, and before the execution of save point in the next 5 minutes, we have lost power, or let's say the data in the main memory is lost. Now the disk still says 7, but you're still missing 1 record. What is created? For every time they are creating, there will be a log saying log 1 or some kind of log it maintains. Now when you switch on the server, when you load again, this table gets loaded here, and then it re-executes this log and brings what? That is called a save point and data person. I discussed this. Yeah. Yeah. See, the confusion is not about this. Only thing is when you explicitly say load, the tables are loaded into main memory. When you say unload, the data is cleaned out from the main memory. Okay.
Disk ante
Disk ante hard disk.
hard disk. Okay. It's not RAM.
This RAM. Main memory ante RAM.
Yeah, that's
This RAM, this hard disk. ఈ లాగ్ వాల్యూమ్ కూడా ఇంకో హార్డ్ డిస్క్, 2 హార్డ్ డిస్క్లు ఉంటాయి. 1 disk is for data, 1 disk is for log. Okay.
Okay.
And see, here we are only specifying the priority of the when it has to be unloaded. Okay. Okay, so we'll stop it here, and tomorrow we'll have to get into or creating how do we do partition on the tables. Simple. You can go. You don't have to wait for me. See, you have a table, right? Let's say you want to do some partitioning on a table. You can right click on the schema. Then you have an option called what is here? Show table distribution, and select any of the table and say right click. I would like to say what? Partition table. Then last key on hash partitioning or range partitioning. You can just try to get through the screen, so you'll know how to do partitioning. You do partitioning with UI, or we can also do partitioning with SQL also, and we'll have multi-level partitioning also. And create one set of partition. Now within that partitions, you can for each sub partition you can create multiple subparts again, like that. Yeah. Delete this number.
Hello.
See, he is asking, there's a table you deleted data, then I want to get it back. At lame. This is not any other application. To delete data, you have to reload data again. It's automatically you cannot recover. Correct. There might be a special case. Let's say you have some data in that table. You've taken a backup of that, some export of the database. You delete it. Now you want to get the database back what it was before that. Then you can re-import that from the backup, restore from the backup. That option you can do, but automatic command would say table records
Hello, sir.
With the data, if you've taken a backup, you can restore that backup. That you can do. Yeah, what is it? Yeah.
Sir, so you mentioned that one merge for with smart data with DB hit, that will set by as a developer, or a developer having access to set that one?
This is all the admin guy. Okay, see, they'll tell you. What are the point? If you're a developer, don't read this document. Okay, this is mainly for admin person, but still, I want to make even your merging thing. Okay, this is only for making you understand how the merging is happening in the backend. This is all backend logic. You're trying to understand the system programming, backend logic of how he is handling it. Okay, na? నేను కూడా ఎందుకు చదివినానంటే దీని గురించి ఎక్కువ ఈ లాగ్స్ అది. See, there is a requirement in our project. We are implementing data warehousing. So what we are extracting data from different source and loading into warehouse, and then we are doing reporting. So what he is saying in his reporting requirements, he said in the data warehouse reporting he said cleaning. Cleaning ante manaki em arthamavutundi? There is some invalid data. We'll write some logic in transformation and kadanta. When he says cleansing, he wants you to show him the report, or you want to change the data in the tables as per his requirements. As per the business requirements, they want to change the data in the tables in the backend warehouse database. Then we told him this is not the way to be done. You have to change the record in source. Then we'll reload so that the record will go and overwrite. Since we don't have the permissions to change in the OLTP system, we are implementing data. Otherwise, we don't implement them. Since we don't have authorizations to change the data in the source system, we would like to do changes in warehouse and see how the reports looks like. So if you're not allowing us change, then don't implement this product. So now the problem is, let's say we have staging layer, transformation layer, and consolidation layer. we are allowing him to change the table entries in transformation layer. Okay. So for all, now the problem is, okay, he's done a lot of changes. Now again, let's say there is some changes in these core structures where we have to delete data in consolidation layer, transformation layer, staging layer. Again, we have to reload from source. What will happen to the changes? What is done? It's been a take. We have lost. So what is my requirement? What are the changes they are doing manually? I should capture that as an audit log, and then whenever I reload all the data from the source, I need to re-execute these logs again back to get the data what status what it was before. Same SAP HANA local system aim logic రాస్తున్నాడు ఆ లాజిక్ ని ఎత్తుకోవాలా దా లాజిక్ చదివినా అంతే. This is not for you. I just wanted to know how he was trying to implement that logic in the back end of HANA database. అది in memory కాదు, అలాంటి లాజిక్ నేను కస్టమ్ I want my application to implement the same kind of logic, so we was going through that. బట్ నీకు ఓన్లీ మర్జింగ్ అనేది ఒకటి ఉంటుంది అంతవరకే. వాడు ఎట్లా చేస్తున్నాడు టేబుల్ పోతుంది అంత అవసరం లేదండి. దట్ ఈస్ ఆల్ ఇంటర్నల్ లాజిక్. ఓకే, బట్ ఫర్ యూ షుడ్ అండర్స్టాండ్ ద టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ మర్జింగ్, స్మార్ట్ మర్జ్, హార్డ్ మర్జ్, పోస్ట్ మర్జ్. యా, how do you know for each user what are the privileges assigned? Yeah, you can see here, no? If you can just open the user. You can just open some user and see what privileges are assigned. Only privileges, and under each you will see the privilege. Object privileges will give you the privileges on the schema objects, table, views. Analytical privilege under this is something like your analysis operations in BW. Like say row level security. Let's say there is a view, you want to control the data only for country US to one user. That is what analytical privilege is. Then you got package privilege. I told you all the HANA modeling content is organized by packages, right? So you want to control that this user will have this package, this user will have this package. Then when you want to control that privilege, then it will be packages. Then application privilege. And in this HANA application, he can't do this, he can do this. So when you want to control operations or application use, you can use this. Yeah. So if there's no question, we'll stop now. So tomorrow we'll start discussing other options. Fine, thanks.
I have a question on that loading and unloading, sir.
Yeah.
That if you are unloading based on the priority number, okay, then if the report is expecting this table to be utilized, then how it will be possible?
See whether the table data is in main memory or in the disk, it will still give you data for reporting, no problem. Only thing is you will see some difference in the performance. Otherwise, there is no issue. Whether my table is in disk or in main memory, the data is still available for reporting, but no problem. Let's say the table is in disk, it is not in main memory. Doing the first fetch, it will read data from the disk and load into main memory and then give it to you. That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one more question.
Yeah.
Sir, you say like HANA is a in-memory concept, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it's just a little bit doubt on my head.
Yeah.
So when I'm going to write the data from main memory to disk, so am I optimizing my data functionality, or how exactly is it working?
Actually, yours is in-memory database, right?
Yeah.
So when you say in-memory database, what happens? Your RAM is volatile. If you try to store data only in main memory and the server is down suddenly, all the data is lost.
Yes.
So how do you, now any database you build in, it has to satisfy property of durability. Durability means if I insert data into the database, until I delete, it has to be permanently stored. Then if you're dealing with in-memory database where it is storing data only in main memory, how do you guarantee me durability? How do you guarantee me 100% data persistency? Because even now customers are not believing, okay, with having so much of backup also. So what they've done is, ultimately, if you want to store data permanently with non-volatile, you have to store that in the disk, in the hard disk. So that's what it does. Whether it writes asynchronously or asynchronously, what are the data which we have in the RAM, it will write that to the disk. So every insert operation, it will write it to the main memory and to the disk, whether it is synchronously or asynchronously push. And every read operation will be from main memory if the table is in main memory. If the table is not in run, during the first fetch of the table, it loads the table into main memory and then reads it from there.
So when you're referring the main memory, you are talking about RAM.
Yeah, main memory
So,
hard disk content, hard disk.
yeah. So when the table is not there in the main memory, the it's going to check the table, respective table to the disk, right?
No, let's say there is no your required table is not there in the main memory, and you're running a select report. Then it goes there. It doesn't find that in the main memory. Then you're fetching this table, right? It goes to the disk, reads this table content, places this table content in main memory, and from main memory it will read the data for you in the report, like cache.
Okay. So in this process, there will be no delay in time and.
Obviously, if you feel that the report is really critical, the performance is slow, before the system loads it at the runtime, you can explicitly use a load statement, load it and keep it ready and loaded in memory, right? You also have option saying load into main memory explicitly. Before the query is run, you can explicitly load the table also into main memory, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. One live example. What about for stock movement repeat?
What about stock?
Daily stock movement report, inventory.
Okay.
So in this situation, we need to do historical that particular stock day-to-day activity, right? We need to look into.
So,
So
see, you don't really
so
bother whether the table is in the disk or main memory. You just treat it as normal table. This is all internal mechanism system handling it. You don't have to worry. So don't make it complex for yourself. Just make sure it's a table. That's it. You're not bothered whether it is in main memory or in the table. It's all played by the system in the back end. Yeah.
Sir, one last question, sir, for today.
Bro, if since memory non-fluid keywords are only, it's all table. Don't worry on that. Yeah. It is the same as table.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, one question, sir.
Yeah, please.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Sir, suppose whenever we are performing unload a table from the main memory, do we have to perform some checks, sir? What exactly I mean is, suppose here we are inserting a record in a particular table, and that particular table is available only in the main memory.
Yeah.
And the save point is not yet reached.
Okay.
And we perform some unload activity.
Yeah.
There is a probability like we are going to miss that particular record.
No, don't worry, you'll not miss because the new records what has been written, it will have a log in the log volume, right? That will take care.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
One small confirmation. Like when we are creating a schema, we create it through SQL, right?
Yeah.
Can we create the schema using UI?
Generally, there's nothing like UI straight away to create that, but there is an other concept of lifecycle manager where you can create some project that gives you generally లేదన్నా స్కీమ్ అనే మామూలు SQL తోనే చేస్తాం అన్నట్టు.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we can stop now or any other questions?
సార్ మనం ట్రైనింగ్ చేసుకునే దానికి ఏమన్నా ఇస్తారా అంటే ప్రాజెక్ట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ అంటే ఈ స్కీమా క్రియేట్ చేయండి టేబుల్ క్రియేట్ చేయండి
ఇది ఇంకా బేసిక్ చెప్తున్నాను కదా
ట్యూటోరియల్
మోడలింగ్ సినారీలోకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఐ విల్ టేక్ వన్ స్పెసిఫిక్ స్కీమా విత్ సమ్ సెట్ ఆఫ్ టేబుల్స్ విచ్ ఎవ్రీవన్ ఆఫ్ us will have the same tables.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
ఇప్పుడు these notepads I will send. I'll send these notepad files.
Sir, one more thing that first two classes we have discussed with some PPTs. So, but we didn't get any PPTs from you.
I'll send that because that's a very big PPT. After finishing the topic, I'll send that. You want it before? I can send it. No problem.
Sir, please, that is for reference.
Yeah, I'll do that. So
Okay,
we'll send these
thank
notepad files and that PDF. And yesterday you could download that PDF, right? SQL scripting, so you have that. So I'll send that.
Yes, sir.
And these notepad files. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, can I have your number?
Yeah, you call this number. No, I'm there, right?
Which number? Sorry, I don't have any contact number of yours.
You can call this number and ask for me. You can reach me there. Yeah.
So what will be the good time,
Hello?
sir? I mean,
Sir, can we expect these recordings, I mean, after 2 sessions? I mean, it's because if we get them weekly, it becomes a hassle for us.
Okay.
I mean, will it be okay from your side?
Yeah, that is okay. I'll talk to them today. So I'll try asking them to send for every 2 days or 3 days. Yeah, I'll ask them 2 days.
Yeah, else it becomes a log and we are unable to practice as well. So,
Okay, no problem. I'll ask
be
them to send for every 2 days. No issues. Yeah.
okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Tell me, boss. Yeah.
Yeah, so yesterday you have shown in SCN site how to download that SQL statement.
Yeah.
Could you please show it once?
Go to the help.sap.com. Okay.
Okay.
Get into this technology platform. Yeah.
Okay.
Then HANA platform. Then HANA platform core. Then you'll have references. SAP HANA SQL and systems view reference. Just click on this PDF. That's
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Meet tomorrow. Fine. Thanks. Okay. Now we have to deal with partitioning. So in the last class we've seen about while creating a table, how do we set the unload priority? And while creating a table, how do you basically enable or disable your auto merge? On, auto merge is like switching on. Just saying auto merge is like what? Switching off. Okay. Even after creating the table, you can still alter the table, disable, enable the auto merge. The auto merge is enabled, system will take care about merging. That's it. If it is disabled, we'll have to explicitly perform the merging on the table. Yeah. Then we've seen about temporary table, global temporary table. Now partitioning was. So what is partitioning? Say I have a table. I would say I would partition a table. What does it mean about partitioning? Yeah, dividing of what? Columns or rows? Rows. So when you say partitioning, you divide horizontally, not vertically, right? You divide the table in horizontally into multiple partitions or multiple blocks. That is partition. So you have a table. You split the rows of a table into multiple blocks. That is what we call it as partitioning. And see, then how does it partition? Let's say I have 1 lakh records. How do you decide which data will get into which block? That depends on partition specifications. Say when you're partitioning a table, you would specify some specification saying this is my specification of the partition. Based on that, the data is grouped accordingly. Let's say I've got 1 lakh records in a table and I create some 10 partitions on a table. How do you decide which record of a table gets into which block? That depends on partition specifications. Depending on what type of partition are we doing and what partition specifications are we specifying, the data is grouped accordingly. Okay. Now, first, before we go on seeing our types of partitioning, what is benefits of partitioning? Generally in BW, why do you do partitioning? We partition the cube, right? for improving query performance. In what way does it improve performance? Let's say your partition based month wise, you're running a query, you're running a report or query for only a particular month. Instead of scanning through all the entire table, it just does catch hold of the partition which is holding that particular month and picks data from there. That is what we call a pruning bus. Partition pruning bus. Yeah? Let's see, apart from this, now look at this. Load balancing in a distributed system. When I was referring to HANA architecture, I was referring saying we can install HANA with a single load. Rasko mottham on the matter on the okay. So when you say load distribution, when you are installing HANA server, it could be single node or it could be distributed node. Okay? Single system lo HANA server install cheyochu, 4 system lu kalipi oka HANA server laga install cheyochu. It could be a single node or distributed bus. Suppose if the, let's say what I've done is I've got 4 HANA servers, 4 servers together is been configured as one HANA server bus. So I've installed HANA in a distributed environment. So then what I want is, let's say I have a table and I would like to split this table content into 4 different servers which are representing same HANA server only. It is all one HANA database software distributed across 4 different servers internally, 4 hosts. Okay. So then I would like to distribute my table content into each block, each of the server separately. So when I run my query, it puts pressure on all the servers. If my table is, let's say, you remember in SAP, when you go to SM51, you see one application server or multiple applications. What does it mean? You'll have one central instance, you'll have multiple dialog instances. Same way here also, if you want to have really big server, you'll have one central instance and multiple dialog instances together will be configured as one HANA server bus. Bundle of servers together as one HANA server. That is distributed environment. So let's say I've got 4 index servers together contributing as one HANA server for me. Okay. In that case, if I store my table in only one index server 1, okay, when I run the query, the pressure is all on to what? One index server, because the table is in the index server 1. Suppose let's say I've installed in a distributed environment where I've got 4 index servers. If I distribute this table into 4 different servers, part of the table into index server 1, part of the table into index server 2, part of the table into index server 3, index server 4, which is contributing as one HANA server. Now when I run the query, does it basically put pressure on all the 4 index servers? Yeah. So by enabling partitioning on a table, we can enable load balancing. We can basically split the load among all the servers, load distribution. Okay. Then overcoming with the size of the table is also a benefit for us. I told you each table can hold up to 2 terabyte, up to 2 billion rows is maximum. In a given table, maximum 2 billion rows is max. But let's say I have a requirement that I would like to hold more than that. Then I can create a partition where each partition will have the limitation of 2 billion rows. Actual limitation is each table is going to hold 2 billion rows max. But if you want to go overcome with it, what I can do is I can create 5 partitions. Then it becomes like each partition can go up to 2 billion rows. Then I'm able to store 10 billion rows into it. So I can also leverage partitioning when I want to overcome with this limitation of the size of this column store table also. That is one more benefit. Next, parallelization. Same. So if I have my data distributed across multiple servers, when I run my query, obviously query will have parallelism. Like I can have 4 threads running in. Thread 1 reading data from server 1, thread 2 reading data from server 2, thread 3 reading data from server 3, and thread 4 reading from. So I can have 4 threads reading data parallelly and giving me deploying parallelism there and improving my query performance also. That is also going to benefit for me.
So multitasking is same as parallel.
Yeah. Multi-threading, multitasking. Yeah. Then partition pruning, again, same. Say for example, I have partitioned my table where it stores each partition stores a particular month of a data. Say January month, Feb, March, April. And when you run a query, you're running query only for Feb. Obviously, it will not scan through all the partitions. It will straight away scans only the partition which is storing Feb and reads data from there. That is called a partitioning pruning. Instead of scanning through entire table, since we have created a blocks saying for each month wise, like say Jan, Feb, March, April, and I'm trying to run my query only for Feb, it actually reads data only for what? Feb. That improves your query performance again. Okay. And it also improves the performance of delta merging. So partitioning table is not only for query performance, we also take care about delta merge performance also. So let's say I have a table. I told you every column store table will have main and delta, and when you do delta merging, it has write records from main to what? Delta. Again, I explicitly told you if a table has got 5 partitions, each partition will have main and delta separately. Each partition will have main and delta separately, right? And the merging is done separately for each partition, right? Now let's say I've got 10 partitions and you loaded new set of data. Let's say the new set of data is loaded only for 10th partition. Then when you do merging will is done only on 10th partition, not on the other 9. Then that improves the performance of your merging also. అంటే అంత డేటా మీద మర్జింగ్ చేసేదానికంటే ఆ బ్లాక్ లో కొత్త రికార్డ్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఆ బ్లాక్ మాత్రం మర్జింగ్ చేస్తున్నారు. So that again improves the performance of delta merge operation. That is very, very, very important, because the question comes like this. So in BW you have a cube, right? So we already declared that even though when you store data in a detailed format, system can handle the performance. We already declared that even though the table stores data in a very detailed format, not aggregated, detailed, system can handle the performance because it's a column store. Then why do you want to do partitioning? Got the question? Even though data in my cube or data in a table is very detailed, system is able to handle the performance because it is a column store, because each stores only unique values and indexing is available, so it improves my query performance. Then why do you need to do partitioning on a table is what the question is. Right? Because the partitioning may not really improve query performance to a larger extent, because it is already handling the detailed storing of data, because the way it stores is completely different. So the major benefit of partitioning the cube would be improving your delta merge operations. Now our focus is not about, we are not partitioning the cube in BW to improve query performance. We are partitioning to improve the delta merge operation on the table, on the fact table. That is our focus. Okay, boss? And then explicit partition handling, let's say same like in BW, we can always create add new partitions, merge partitions, delete a partition, anything can be done. For example, I've created 12 partitions for 12 months from January to December, let's say. And next year data I would like to add one more partition for Jan 2017, Feb 2017. I can keep adding explicit partitions also. Even though the partitions are not still having data, I can still create explicit partitions. See, as of now, my table has got data only for 2016. There's no data for 2017 or 18 or 19. I can still say create partitions for 4 years for each month wise. Then it creates 12 into 4, 48 partitions. Even though there's no data for the future years, it can still create explicit partitions also possible. So basic benefit is about parallelization, load balancing, query performance, and delta merge, improving the performance of delta. That is what the benefits are. Okay. Okay. Now you decided about partitioning a table. Now once you decide about partitioning a table, there are 3 ways of doing it. One is hash partitioning, and then we got round robin and range partitioning. We have 3 ways of partitioning it. See, again what it does is, when you look at partitioning a table, there will be 2 categories. One is single level partitioning, multi-level partitioning. When it's a single level, you're just using only one partitioning criteria. When you use multiple partitioning criteria, then that becomes multi-level. When you come, let's say I've got hash, round robin, range. When I mix up saying, first it has to do hash partitioning. Again, within each hash partition, I want range partitions. That is multi-level. So you could have single level partitioning or what? Multi-level partitioning. Okay. For single level, we're focusing on this. We have 3 types of partitioning. One is hash partitioning. Say once you decide about partitioning a table, you can partition it either on based of hash partitioning or what? Round robin or range. Okay. Okay, we'll come to that. Now first is hash partitioning. This is about, now when do we use hash partitioning generally? When you are working on a distributed systems. Generally, your HANA server has been installed on multiple hosts, or it means like you got multiple index servers. Then you would like to split this table equally and then divide that into each, store it each server separately. Let's say if I got 4 index servers, I would like to split the data into equal into 4 blocks and put each block into one server. That is the kind of scenario you go with what? Hash partition. You specify, you actually what you do is, you specify a column on which the hash partition must be done. Then it does use some hash function internally, and then based on the values of that column, it says, okay, all the values of this column is one block, all the values of this column is one block, all the values of this column is one block. Then puts each block into one index server. That is called as hash partition. So now look at this, what I'm saying. I'm just saying while creating a table itself, we can configure the partitions. Or after the table is created also, I can create hash partitionings on the table, either ways. Even when there is data in the table, I can create partitions, no issues. Okay, boss? See, while creating table, I can create partitions. After the table is created, I can alter the table and create partitions. Or even when there is data in the table, I can still go over creating partitions, no issues. Now look at this. Saying create so-and-so table, and I've got 2 columns, employee ID and name. I'm saying partition by what? Hash using which column? Employee ID, and number of partitions, how many you want? 4. You are explicitly deciding how many you want, 4 or something. But I don't want that. I would like to say, any index server unte annanattu. Then what I'll do? I can use this function get number underscore servers. So if I use this function, if I've installed my HANA server with a distributed system with 4 index servers, obviously it creates 4 partitions. If I've got only 3, then it creates 3 partitions. So you can use this dynamic function get underscore num underscore servers, which will give you number of servers available.
System defined function.
Yeah, system defined function. But if I use this now, na server mine is a single host installation, right? So it will have only 1 index. So but I still want to see 4 partitions. See, generally hash is used to split the table content across multiple nodes in case of a distributed installation of HANA server. So, any index server unte anni partitions call dynamically you can say get num underscore server function to decide how many servers we have. But for now I don't have so many. I have only 1. It's a single host installation, so I have only 1 index server. Yeah, I'm coming to that. Okay. Now she's asking, now the column what I'm using for partitioning, should that be primary key? Yes. For hash partitioning, what are the column you're using for partitioning must be a primary key. Suppose if I have 2 columns are primary key, the hash partition must be used using both the columns. Complete primary key must be used for partitioning hash partitioning. So when you're partitioning a table using hash partitioning, complete primary key must be used. Okay. So but look at this. Now in this case, are we controlling saying record 1 should go into partition 1, record 2 should go into partition 2? No, we can't control. That is all. There's some algorithm called hash function which system will define which record should move to which block. Based on you specify a column called employee ID, it does use some hash function and defines which values of this employee ID column must be moved to which block. But we cannot decide, okay, these values of employee ID must be getting into partition 1, these values of employee ID must getting into this. We can't control that. If you want to explicitly control the records into partition based on the value or value range of values, then you have to go to range partition. In case hash partitioning, you cannot control based on the values. If you want to control the partition based on the values, it has to be a range partitioning only. In case of hash, it actually divides the data across multiple servers. And how does it split the data? Based on hash function, and hash function is executed on which column? The column what is specified in the partition class, and the column what is specified in the partition class must be part of primary key of the table. Yeah. So I'm just creating a table with creating hash partitions on it. So my schema is 9. So I'm just creating this table, okay? So I'm saying normal, and I'm just adding this class partition by what? Hash. And which column am I using for partitioning? Employee ID. That must be part of primary. If I have got two columns as primary key, I must specify both the columns, column 1, comma, column 2. Yes, okay. And the number of partitions. If I server number, I'm just saying 4. And then, okay, first let's see the table. EMP hash. So if I see the definition, I can see the partitions created. If I go to definition, if I go to the runtime information, I can see this. Look at this. What is parts? Which shows partitions. When I expand this, I see 1, 2, 3. How many partitions it is created? 4. And each partition will have main store, delta store. And it will tell you what is the total size of, see, main size, delta size, and what is this? Size of my main store, size of my delta store. And you also see the record count in each partition. And here it tells you the partition specification. I told you partitions are created based on partition specifications. And what is this here? Hash and number of partitions 4 on which column? Employee. Here you see the partition specifications, and here you see the partitions. But in this case, all the partitions are created on the same index server, same server. Look at the same host. In the real time, if you have distributed system, when you say get number of servers, you will see partition 1 is on one host, partition 2 will be on another host, partition 3 will be on another host, partition 4 will be on another host. Wherever a host lo untunna. You can single host got anni ote unnai. Okay. So then, if I just insert some records into this. I get 4 records, fine. Look at this. It says 2 records it is put into partition 1, and it is, sorry, 1 record it is put into partition 1, and 3 records it is put into partition number 4. We cannot control it. There got some hash logic algorithm internally which divides it. Clear in this? And basically, when you associate a partition with one particular server like that, then you go with what? Hash partition. Now look, now the point is, in what kind of scenario I would go with hash partitioning. Okay. So with hash partitioning, you only get 2 benefits. Only for 2 benefits you would prefer hash. One is, look at this. I told you are getting so many benefits with partitioning, right? With the help of hash partitioning, you get only 2 benefits. One is about load balancing. Yes or no? When you perform an hash partitioning on a table, by using hash functionality, it does split the records into multiple, creates multiple blocks, and each block is stored into one different host. So I am achieving load balancing now. When I execute a query, it puts pressure onto all the servers to read the database. So by using hash partitioning, we can achieve load balancing. That is one option. And other option of using hash part would be to go through the limit of 2 billion rows in a table. Suppose if the table exceeds 2 billion rows, even then I can go with hash partition where it splits into multiple blocks, and each block can go up to 2 billion rows. That also can be. But I cannot really, this will not really help me to improve the query performance or pruning or something like that. Because we said we have an option called partition pruning. Pruning ante ఒక్కొక్క మంత్ separate block undi query కొట్టడం ఆ block read చేసేది అలా లేదు ఇప్పుడు. ఎందుకంటే suppose when I do hash partitioning, the data of the same month might be available in all the 4 blocks. Let's say January data might be in block 1, block 2, block 3, block 4. When you run the query for January month, it might have to read data from all the 4. You create the difference. So I'm splitting my data, then asking all the systems, all the servers to work in and read and then deploy. So am I achieving pruning here? Pruning ante per month pette aa block etukostunda ledu ఏ data any query you run, it is going to read from where? All the blocks. So the only so the hash partitioning scenario in the, when you want to do load balancing across multiple servers and then you want to overcome with the limit of 2 billion rows per table, you would go with hash partitioning. And whenever you're doing hash partitioning, As partitioning specification must hold the primary key of the table. If there are two columns, both columns must be there. And number of partitions depends on number of servers you have generally, and that can be made dynamic by using the function get num servers. Clear on this? Yeah.
Sir, for hash partitioning, it is more useful for load balancing.
Yeah.
And for
pruning, if you're distributed environment where you got installed with multiple node servers, then I would like to do load balancing. Then I would go with what? Hash partition. Yeah.
Okay. So pruning, which is used for data query performance.
I'll come to that. When we see range partitioning, we'll see that. I'll come to that.
Okay.
Sir, can we see that one record in that partition, sir? 1 and 3 records.
Excellent question. Yeah. He's saying, now here it tells me in partition 1 I've got record 1, in partition 3 I've got record 3. In block like both record record at it doesn't give like, because what they want, see, these partitions should be transparent for your SQL statements. Generally, let's say now I would like to read data from this table. What table is this? EMP hash. When I say select star from 9 cubex SQL, is it reading from partition 1 or 2 or 3 or 4? So internally, the blocking is done, partitions are created physically, but for SQL they are transparent. Means like they don't see it as a different blocks. They see it as all as depend with one table name only. So each partition will not have any name like say table name dot partition 1 allowed. You will not be able to see allowed. You cannot see query. You cannot use it in the where class saying show me only partition 1 data. No, because that is transparent for my SQL statements. SQL statement always refers that as one table only always. Okay, boss. Can we create? Yeah, I'll show you. You're saying can we create partitions on UI level? Yes, I'll come to that.
Sir, it will not benefit for delta merging also? Hash partition?
No, this will not benefit for delta merging also. Because now he's asking, will this benefit me delta merging? No, because let's say I insert, let's say 7 more records. Okay. Let's say I can take the same data. I insert some more. I'll say 5. I'll say 6. I'll say 7. I'll say 8. And let me insert again. Now, in which partition does this get in? Do we have the control? No, they can get it any partition, right? Now, look at this. Now, actually, 1 to 3 in already. Now, I insert 4 more records. 1 record has come here, 1 record has come here, 2 records have come here. Now, it has to do merging for which partitions? Partition number 2, partition number 3, and 4. Partition 1 need not, because it was already merged up. Assume that there is 1 record in partition 1 where merging was already done. So, there is no new records into partition 1. So, now merging is done on all the 3. Because there has been new data in partition 2, there has been new data inserted into partition number 3, there has been new data into partition number 4. So, delta merging is required for all the 3 blocks. That would not help me. Suppose if, let's say, like next scenario we will see round robin, the pure concept of round robin would be of improving performance of delta merging. We will see that. You understand why it does not improve delta merging? When I am inserting records, all the new records what I insert are not going into one partition. They are all getting splitting across partitions. So obviously merging has to, when you do merging will be done on all the partitions. We cannot control. But if the situation is like this, say what are the records, new records I insert, they all get into one new partition, and then merging will be done on only that partition. Then it improves my delta merge operations. That is what happens with round robins. Got this point? Yeah. Okay, boss?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now next round robin, boss. See, this is some, okay, he was asking. Well, let me finish this and I'll come to that. Ask me how do I create range partition with UI bus. So what I'm doing, I'm creating a table like this. First, I'm creating this table, employee hash UI. I want to create hash partitions with UI bus. This is a table. Okay, you can right click on this tables folder. You have this option called what? Show table distribution, or you can right click on this schema. You have this option called show table distribution. Either ways you can do. Select this option. Which table you would like to partition was employee hash UI. The below it shows me there have been no partitions yet. So right click on this table and say partition the table. Now you want to partition the table by what? Hash or range? Round robin UL. Only hash or range. I'll say what? Hash number of partitions equal to number of hosts. Ante function get num server and a function. No, I would like to specify how many you want. I want to go with say 2. Okay. Is your additional level? And I told you there is like multi-level partitioning or single-level partitioning. Multi-level, first you will say with hash. Again, you want to have multiple levels. Then I will go with that. Otherwise, no. That is enough hash, and I want to. When you say next, ask me which column. See, it's showing allow me only to choose only the primary key columns only. Employee ID. Okay, finish. This is about creating partitions. So now when this table is selected, it will show me those what 2 partitions. With the UI, this is how you create a hash partition.
Number of servers and partitions must not be the same.
Number of servers. Hash lo general ga alaga undali. Hash makes sense only when number of partitions are equal to number of servers. That makes sense.
But you have one index server.
ఇక్కడ నాకు ఊరు బ్లాగులు చూపిల్లంతే. Real table మాత్రం number of servers ఎన్ని ఉంటే అన్నీ వెళ్తాం. That there is a discussion. Say for example, now we have 4 index servers. Okay, we create 4 partitions. Let's say now there is a failure of one server and you create one more host now. Now what are the data we had in this partition has to be moved to another partition. Like this we can alter the partition where we change the movement, we change this location of the partition to another index. By alter, we can alter the partition that way also. Yeah? Now next.
Sir, hash partition.
Yeah.
Sir, a hash partition distributes the table into as many servers we have, right?
Exactly.
So, okay, that is okay in the real time. But as of now, as we have a single host server, so how does it make? How is it making the difference?
No, it is
when we are giving 4 partitions.
Yeah, it is actually creating all the 4 partitions into one itself. It is not mandatory that it must have all the 4 nodes. The scenario would be it divides into blocks, splits across servers. But if you don't have that, then what if I specify some number, it creates all those blocks within my same index.
Okay, at least the table size will increase. We can think it that way, right?
In that case, we will be going with only the second benefit where the limit of the sizing of the table has been controlled with this.
Okay. And sir, this voice is breaking very frequently.
Yeah, when you're in a single node, you don't have the benefit of having load balancing because there is no multiple nodes. So the only benefit you would get is about we are overcoming with the size of the table with more than 2 billion rows, then he can have this partition script. Yeah.
Okay. Sir, your voice is breaking very frequently today.
I think I'm okay from my side. I'm fine. Something is it the same with everyone, boss? So Vijay Kumar says voice is clear. So something should be from your side, please. Yeah. Then round robin, boss. So this is majorly for improving delta merge operation. This is the one we use. Okay. If you have a table where you're really focusing on improving the performance of delta merging, we use this option called round robin partition. So basically when you say round robin, it creates partitions. Even in this case, the partitions can be spread across multiple hosts or it could be in single host also. No, that does not make any difference here. Okay, it could be distributed across multiple. If this is distributed across multiple hosts, you will have the load balancing. If it is in same host, you will not have load balancing. That's it. Otherwise, no difference. Okay. But the only thing is, when you're going with round robin, you are not partitioning on any specific column. No column is specified. No column is, in case of hash, you say, I want based on the values of this column, right? There's no column specified for round robin at all. Okay, and moreover, the table must not have any primary key when you're going with round robin partition. The table must not have any primary key if you have to create a round robin partition. And in the partition specification, you will not have specify any column, no column is specified. You just say how many blocks you want. Okay. So then when you create 4 blocks, how are these 4 blocks being used? In case of round robin, all the new data what you insert will get into one partition, and then the delta merging is done only on that block. So whether the data movement from one partition to another partition is all controlled by the application running on the tables. Say for example, now try to understand this first. Now try to understand, say for example, see, you have info cube, right? Your info cube actually creates round robin only. Okay. Generally, it will be a fact table with 4 partitions. It's partition 1, partition 2, partition 3, and partition 4. Okay, boss. The backend fact table of an info cube is partitioned by round robin with 4 partitions like this. Okay. So as this is all a cube, right? All this is what? Is a cube. You configure transformations, you run the DTP, let's say you're loading database. Okay. Every time you load some data and the new records into that cube, it gets loaded. Let's say you load 100 records, and these 100 records will come into partition number 4. The 100 records will come into partition number 4 always. Okay. Now in the cube, we have a process called compression. Yeah. Normally, when you do compress the data from this partition 4 is moved to partition number 1. So it will treat as if the partition 4 is like F table, partition 1 is like E table. Again, let's say again you run a DTP, again some new set of data is loaded, let's say you loaded 200 records now this time. Then now if you do merging, where is my new records inserted? Assume this for this 100 records, the merging was already done. Let's say now again you load new set of data, the 200 records have come into which partition now? Partition number 4. So new record changes has been done into which block? Only partition number 4. So merging should be done only on what? Partition number 4. Then again, when in the BW system, when you do compression, again it takes this 200 records and adds it to what? Something. It keeps adding to that partition 1. Again, this data is deleted. Again, new data comes in. Again, partition number 4. Again, you do compression. Data gets to partition number 1. Okay. Now your question should be, what is the purpose of partition number 2 and 3? Partition number 2 and 3 is only used for non-cumulative cube, like inventory cube. Partition number 2 and 3 will be used only for in case of non-cumulative cube. When you're dealing with inventory management, you deal with something called non-cumulative key figures. So you remember we'll have something called initial stock, and then we'll have movements. See, when you even when you load the inventory data, first data will come into what? Let's say you loaded initial stock. It comes into which block? Partition number 4. Again, when you compress saying with marker, you remove marker without, and then the initial stock will get into partition number 2, and movements will get into partition number 3. But ultimately, any data you load, first it has to enter what? The new records what you load always gets into new block, which is what? Partition number 4. Then when you're doing compression, it moves into P1 or P2 or P3 depending on the case. If it is normal cube, it moves into P1. If it is non-cumulative cube with initial stock, it moves the data into what? P2. If it is movements, then it moves into what? P3. So actually, when you say round robin is what? For all the new records what you load, I would like to collect that into separate block. And from then onwards, I would like to move into different blocks. My application will take care about moving those records. We are not controlling it. So the BW application which is running on HANA, when you do compression in BW, then the records of my partition 4 are moved into partition 1 or 2 or 3 depending on the case. That we are not worried. When you say round robin, it actually has a separate block, and all the new records what you enter into the table will get and sit into one separate partition. That is round robin. And from there, how it takes into different partitions depends on how application is leveraging that. Round robin is about providing a platform or providing a block for all the new records to come and sit into that, so that the delta merging is done only on that particular block. Then how the records are moved from this partition to other partitions depends on how your application running on the table is controlling them. We are not worried about that. So round robin is just about providing a separate block for all the new records what you are loading. And then, so the new records are reflected only into one block. So then the delta merging should be done on only what? Only on that partition block only. That's it. So the major focus of round robin is about improving performance of delta merging, not query performance, not load balancing. Only focusing on delta merging. Clear this? No. Summary, any kind of data. Okay, boss? So I'll show you.
Sir, you told that per day, on top of DS also we can do the round robin.
Let me just show one. So this is my fact table. See, slash basis, this is my fact table of a cube. If I open the definition of it, see, there's no key here. Then the fact table is not going to have any primary key now. Okay. Since there's no key, can we have round robin partition on it? Yes. So it has got round robin. You don't create. By default, it is partition on round robin. Every time the fact table is created. Round robin, okay, one. Don't worry about range key. See, this is the round robin part. We got partition 1, partition 2, partition 3, partition 4. Okay, boss. And this part, every time you load some new data through DTP, it gets into what? Partition 4. Then we do compression whether it moves into 1 or 2 or 3 depending on the requirement. So round robin partitioning is about just providing a new set of block for all the new records what you insert. That's nothing else. And from there you're moving into other blocks, depends on how your application is handling it, where it is moving, how it is moving. It's all your application will handle that. We are not worried about it. Okay.
If the table has a primary key, so this concept doesn't work.
It doesn't work, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So on top of DS also can you create, because DS also some primary keys are there. So this is also not applicable for DS also, right?
No, only for cube. Okay. See, this is how you just create round. If you want manually create round robin, you'll say partition by round robin, number of partitions what you want. But am I in the partition specification, am I specifying any column? And there's been no primary key in this table. Yeah. So let me just create a round robin. When I go to runtime information, I can see the partitions created. Round robin 4, and I see this 4 partitions. Okay. Then I'll say I'll insert these records. I'm inserting how many was? 6 records. It is doing. We are not able to control because there should be some programming at the top which controls it. Say there's an ABAP program with the DTP which is controlling that all the records will go and sit into partition 4 or something. But here, application we're just loading some data, it's just splitting across. That's it. But generally what happens, always you want to provide one particular partition for the new records coming in, so that only for the new records the delta merge is executed. Now already, let's say my queue already has got 100 million records in it. Again, you're loading 1 more million. If it's all there in one block, if I do merging, merging is done on 101 million records. If I just create a separate block for the new records, what is coming, so the merging is done only for those 1 million records. Will it improve performance of the merging? That's their focus. Okay. And next is your range partitioning. Now, with the help of range partitioning, you can control explicitly based on the value of a field or based on the range values of a field, you can control which data should be sitting into which block. This will be mainly helping for query pruning. Means you can explicitly control, okay, ఈ query month wise ఉంది కదా, ఈ month కంతా ఒక block లో పెడతాను, ఆ month నుంచి read చేసుకుంటుంది. So this will be mainly focusing on pruning this. Okay, now look at this. Until let's say I have data for 12 months, I'll create 12 blocks. Each block will be for 1 month, and then when you do reporting, it just data only for that particular month, whatever you need. That is called pruning. So when I use range partitioning, I can basically create partitions based on the value of a field or based on the range of values of a field, and explicitly control which data should sit into which blocks. And this will help me for query pruning. Okay, boss. Query pruning help untundi, and also the size of the table also can be increased. The limit of the size of the table also can be overcome. See, how do I create this? So when you want to partition by month wise, year wise, quarter wise, then we use this kind of partition, which is range partition. Now look at this. I have a table with order ID, order date, net sales, and some primary key, where both order ID and order date both are primary keys. And even in case of range partitioning, again you specify a column. And range part is simple. For this field, for this value, it has to be in one block. For this field, for this range of values, it should be in one block. You can specify the range or single value. Okay. So now, when you do partitioning with range, the partitioning specification will have to have a column. A column ki A value ki block, E column ki E value ki block. And this column must be part of primary keys. It need not be complete primary key, but should be part of primary key. Let's say order date is not a complete primary key. What is my complete primary key of this table? Order ID and order date together. It must be part of primary key, but to have it to be used in range partitioning. Okay. Now look at this. I'm just going to create column table so and so. See how I'm creating. I'm just saying create column table, so and so table here with these 3 columns, and my primary key of this table is what? Order ID and what? Order date. And then I'm saying partition by range. I would like to go with what? Range partitioning. Which column to be used? Order date. And what are the partitions I have? Now I cannot, while I'm specifying the blocks or partitions, I can go with single value, I can go with what? Range also. Like say, here I'm going with range, saying partition 2015-01-01 and what? 2015-060. What does it mean? This is greater than this and what? Less than this. Am I specifying a range of values here? I'm saying partition 1 is like 2 value. I'm specifying a range from this date to this date. So one block. Look at the others now. Look at the next comma, and I specify partition. Partition value equal to so and so. What is this here? Is it range or single value? Okay, date. E date సంబంధించిన records అని ఒక block అని చెప్పు. And then partition others means what? Any data which does not satisfy either of those criteria should get into rest of the block. That is rest other. Partition others. Okay. So I'm just creating this. Range part, open definition. So I've created 3 partitions, right? One is from 1st of Jan 2015 till 1st of June. One is 15th August 2015. Then one is rest all others. Right? Then let me insert data into this. See, I'm inserting some data which will satisfy, look at this. These two will satisfy which condition was? The first condition, range from 1st of Jan to 1st of June. This one will satisfy exactly 15th August, which satisfy second block. And what about this one? They don't satisfy any block, they get it others. So 2, 1, 3 Raval. Now here, you're based on the value of a field or based on the range value of a field, you're explicitly controlling the records in a partition. This is explicitly for query pruning. So that query would know when you run a query saying only for 15th August 2015, it will not scan through all. It will just catch hold of only one block and then picks the data. Right? So this is for case of query pruning. So if you just get into this, see, you've got number of records. First partition has got 2 records. Second partition 1 record. The last one, others, has got 3. Now here, did I control which record should get into which block? And then based on my reporting requirement, I can create my partitions and keep it ready so that my query will leverage to read only from one block. Then query pruning is used and improves my query performance. This is query performance scenarios. So can I say range partitioning explicitly for improving query performance, and then round robin explicitly for delta merge operations, and hash partition is about load balancing and going through the limit of size of the table. This is requirement. Got this part. Okay. See, now the question is another requirement. I have got order date in a table, but I would like to create partitions based on month wise. Now table of data only. Previously we had date, we did partitions on the date, but my table has got date based on the month, based on the date. I would like to derive month, and based on those months, it has create my partitions. Yeah, so I can use the function month of and a function. So I can say like this. Look at this. So create column table so and so, order ID, order date, net sales, primary key is both. But I'm saying partition by range. I want range partitioning, not based on the order date, based on the month of order date. So I'm using the function saying what? Month of order date from 1st of Jan till June of, see, I'm specifying month or date now here. Month here, yeah. And then for August separate block and for other partition separate block. Yeah. So date or suppose you want to go with year wise, you can see year of and I can use the function. Year of.
Sir?
Yeah.
So irrespective of year, can we partition with month? Means all January months will be stored in partition 1. All February months irrespective of years.
Yeah, if you want, you can do that by SQL statement, but not with UI. With UI, you only have 2 functions can be leveraged, month of or year of. But here, if you want to go with only month, you can say month number. You'll have a function which will just give me only, it does not give along with year, it just gives me only month bus. Then use that column for creating range party. Any field you can use. See, range partition is not for either month or year, or like in BW we had only calendar year month. You can use any.
That's right.
I can use employee number and say employee number 1 to 10 as one block, 10, 12, 11 to 20 as one block, 21 to 30 as one block. I can do that. But when you're creating, if you have a column in the table which already gives you month, straight away, it is straightforward. But if you have order date and then you want to derive only month, then you must use a corresponding function accordingly. Month or year. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Open definition.
Sir.
You see this block which is created on the month wise.
Sir, here we are.
See, this is, one second, I'll let me. So again, the first 2 will be in the first block again. Two, 1 and 3 bus. And same kind of range partitioning I can do with UI also. What will I say? So I'm just creating the table as it is first. Range part UI, and I would like to, so right click on the tables folder, then say what? Table distribution. I can say range part UI, right click and say partition table. You would like to go with what? Range partitioning. In last, which column you would like to use for partition? Order ID or what? Order date. Okay. Do you want to use any of the function? Year of, month of. Only rende. If it is, you already have a column. What you do is make sure you have a column in a table which holds only the month number. Then use that column for partition. Then I don't have to. You have a date and then you want to derive. Then I have only two functions. Make sure you have a table with a column which holds only month. Then use that column for partitioning. Then there's no point. Okay. Okay. If you want to go with that saying, now you're saying where this field is equal to null, ante you're trying to partition a table based on the value of a field or a value range of a field, then it has to be range partition. I want to go with year function. Function was రెండే ఉన్నాయి. ఆయన ఏమనంటే year month కాకుండా just month తో కావాలన్నారు. అప్పుడు ఏమనంటే you make sure the table definition such that it has got a column called which will hold only month, then use that column and create partitions. But if you have a date and then you want to derive, you have only two functions, year and month. That's all. Here you can say value. Here you can say single values. You can have value range from 2010 to let's say 2014. అట్లా ఎన్ని రేంజ్లను ఇచ్చుకోవచ్చు. రెండు రేంజ్లు ఫ్రమ్ 2015 2020 రెండు రేంజ్లు ఒకటి సింగిల్ వాల్యూ ఒకటి కావాలి. వేర్ 2021 ఇది ఒకటి. Like this, you can specify with the range or you can specify with single values. Check input, everything is fine, okay, and then say finish. Open definition. You'll have the partitions created on for 10 to 14, 15 to 20, 21, and this what? Others. Okay, like this you can create range partition. Hash and range you can create with UI. Round robin only with SQL only. Now there is a concept called multi-level partitioning. Okay,
Sir, range partition, you are on one question, sir.
One second. Yeah.
You are declaring range partition by order date, right? That order date needs to be also primary key, right? Without primary key, you cannot declare, right?
It need not be a fully qualified primary key. It must be part of primary key. Okay. So now let's see your. Yeah.
You mean to say part of primary key means if you have order date is primary key now. So if you have any.
I have a table with 16 columns as primary key. Column 1, column 2, column 3. You can create range partitioning by using either of this column.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine. Okay.
Partition based on order ID, and it is alphanumeric key. Suppose there is an order ID, then also.
You would put whether it is numeric value. See, even my date is also alphanumeric only. Date data is also alphanumeric only. Na? Alphanumeric or numeric kaadu. Range value specify cheyagalugutava. Do you have something like say select data from this table where my order ID is 1 to 10? Are you able to specify some where class selections like that? Then range part between a single value and each one. Then it has to be range partition. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now I've got range part year UI. Okay, there's table. Now apart from creating part, I can also do what is here? Merge the partitions. Let's say I created a partition from 2015 to 2020. Then there's one more partition 21. I want to merge those. I can do that. If I open the table, UL పెద్ద కంట్రోల్ లేదు కానీ బట్ SQL see just refresh, all the partitions have been merged as one, but with SQL you can control the partition, this should be merged or what it is, we will see in the alter statement. Okay, multi level కూడా చేయొచ్చు అంటే multi-level, okay. Multi-level, okay. I would like to create multi-level partitioning on this. Show table distribution. I'll say what partition table. First, I would like to do hash with 4 partitions. Then within each hash, I would like to have range partition. So I'll say hash first. So I would like to go with red is all, okay. Sorry, I want additional level of partitioning which will be range. First level hash, additional level range, okay. First hash will be, since both are primary key, hash must have both the columns, okay. Then for range, I can choose any column, what order date. Here, what is all. Okay, actually 2 hash partitions, 2 range partitions, but 2 range partitions are under each hash partition, okay. So the table first you'll have partitions as what 1 and 2 are hash. Now within each hash partitioning you'll have 2 block what extra node and others 2000 to 2005, 2006 to 2010 and others. And again hash partition again 2000 to 2005, 2006 to 2010 again hash. This is called as multi-level hash to hash level multi-range. That is called as hash level multi-level partition. So with this, I could distribute my table content on multiple servers, which will enable me load balancing, yeah, and increase, overcome with the limit of the size of the table. And since I got within again each host, I've got range partitioning, which can again help me for query pruning also. I've got both the benefits now. If you want to get the benefit of delta merging and query pruning, I'll say what round robin first. Now within round robin, I can go with what range partitioning also. At a multi-level stage, depending on the requirement. Okay. For BW, generally you do the partitions. In HANA, generally this is all taken care by administrator generally. You don't deal with, you don't not have authorizations to create partitions. You'll be only analyzing that you say, I want this partition. So it will be all done by the administrator general, but you should have knowledge on partitioning, how it is done, what it is done. Okay.
You can do any 2
Sir, I have one question. In this case, how a delta specification will be taken care? How a delta merge concept is there, right? That,
yeah. How that is improved?
We have, yeah. How that can be improved in this case?
Exactly. In case of, let's say, in case of round robin, the concept of round robin is what whatever the new records you load, that will be loaded to a new block. So let's say there is a table with say 10 partitions in round robin, and we say partition number 10 is the one which will actually holds the new records every time you insert. Okay. Let's say you insert 5 records. The 5 records what you insert newly will be into which partition now? 10. So when I say merge this table, all partition 1 to 9 has got no data now. Only 10 has got data. Now when I do merging is done on which table now? Which partition? partition number 10. Let's say your application takes this 10 records to, let's say, partition number 1. So now partition number 10 is again 0. Again, you load some new set of records, say, which is 10 records. So the 10 records will go to again which block again? Let's say we are assuming we have configured partition 10 for the new set of records. So the 10 records will go to partition number 10. Now when you do merging, see, the data is available in 2 partitions, partition number 1 and partition number 10. But the records of partition 1 are already merged up, right? After merging only we have sent it to partition number 1. Now when you do merging, will you do merging for only partition number 10 again now? With only what? 10 records. Instead of 15 records, it is doing merging only on 10 records. Now will it improve performance of merging? Instead of merging all the 10 partitions, it is merging only on what? 10th partition. So with round robin, you're improving performance of delta merging in this case. That's the main point. That's why your BW cube is not focusing on query performance, because even though data is stored in detail, it can handle the performance of the query. It is mainly focusing on improving the performance of delta merge, because you will have huge data getting loaded. So their focus of fact table is on improving delta merging process, not on the query. They're not worried about query performance in HANA, because even the data is stored in detail, it can handle the query performance.
But only for inventory scenarios we are using cube. For other scenarios we are using DSO, right?
No, already with latest 7.5 SP 7.5 we are able to implement inventory also with advanced DSO. We don't need cube even in that case.
Is it internally implementing the concept of cube?
Cube.
We are using
internally implementing concept of cube. Yeah.
So how does this work in scenarios like inventory and normal any other cumulative models?
See, if it is cumulative cube, only partition 1 and partition 4 will be used. And where the partition 1 will be leveraged as if it is an E table, and partition 4 will be leveraged as if it is a F table. That's it.
So even in 7.5, we will be using something. We will be using round robin, right?
If it is cube, it is round robin. Whether it is 7.4 or 7.5, it is round robin. If it is cube.
So we are talking in scenarios where we are using advanced DSO.
In advanced DSO, we will not have any round robin internally in the backend. No.
But for this inventory scenario, so how does it work?
It will have something called record type internally. Through record type, it will be differentiating that record. That's it.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Still, they're not yet implementing. Still, they're using cube only. But there is a concept already out where you can say that we can also implement inventory with advanced DSO also. Yeah. Still, they have not yet implemented, but still, there is an option to implement with non-cumulative key figures also.
So what if there is no compression in another field? So how does it improve the delta merge?
That's the he's saying. If I don't look at this, all the new data what is coming is sitting into which partition? Partition number 4. When I do compression, the data from partition number 4 is going and sitting into partition number 1. If I'm not doing compression, then all the data is sitting in what? Partition number 4. Then am I improving performance of delta merging? No. So we have to do compression in the cube, not to improve performance of the query, to improve performance of delta. No line like what's not there. So in BW now we still do compression, not because to improve query performance, to improve what? Delta merging operations. So the concept of round robin and compression becomes mandatory for me to take care about delta merging performance. What is the understanding? In even with BW on HANA, do you still do compression in the cube? Yes. We still do compression in the cube, not because to improve your performance of your query, but in order to improve the performance of my delta merge operation. If I hold all my data in the same partition, there's no point in improving performance. It's like as is like single table holding all the data in it. Then merging is always executed on all the records. Doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay. Next is about altering table. Yeah. So when you say altering table, we've seen about create table statement. Now we are focusing on altering table. So the table is already created. Now I would like to change the properties or settings of the table. Let's say I'm using this table. First, I'm just creating this table. Shall we see it tomorrow? This one. Now it's better. Now, is it better now? Yeah? It's better now. You're able to hear me? When I try to speak continuously, you're able to hear me without any break? Is it fine?
Yeah, when you speak.
Now it's better, right?
It's better.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Yeah. So now, so I'm going just creating a table and we go deal with the word. This is already created. Okay. So I'm just creating this table and we'll try doing changes to this table. EMP tab for alter. This is my table. So I've got different alterations can be done. Now, first thing is I would like to see after the table is created, can we add a new column to it? Let's say there's already a table with the employee ID, employee name, department number. I also want to add one more column, department name. Can I do this? Yes. Alter table, the table name which you would like to alter, and then what alteration do you want to do? Logically, you'll have a statement. Okay. You want to alter this table. Okay. What alteration do you want to do? You want to add or drop or rename? What is it? What alteration do you want to add? Right. Say add, and then give the details of the column with the column name and the date type. Just give this and say. You can see this column been added. Same way, I can also, if there's already date, if there's already column in the table, I want to remove this. I can also do a drop. Let's say. I would like to alter the same table again, but what alteration do you want to do is about what? Drop. Say drop the column. So like this, I can add a new column to a table. I can remove the column which is already there in the table, even when there is data. Without HANA, in case of BW, can you delete an info in the queue when there is data bus? If you could add that, but if we had never had a flexible removing, but now you can remodel the queue even when there is data. I can delete that info object also. Each column separates out. Now, so now it's not about altering. Now I would like to change the definition of the column. Yeah. So for example, I have a column with the department number varchar as what is the length here? 5. I would like to increase that to what? 10. Okay. Now alter table so and so. Alter this column name and give the new new data type. What do you want? What is var 10? So now that gets changed with varchar 10 length. Like this, you can alter the table definition column. Okay. But yesterday someone asked me, I have a table with varchar and I would like to change that to date type as date. Not possible. You cannot change the column from date type to varchar to integer to decimal to. You can't go across. Within a similar set of data types, you can increase. Let's say I've got a column with integer. I can make it as big int. Possible. I've got double. I can make it real. I've got varchar of length 10, I can make it 20. I can do that way. But I cannot go cross from varchar, I can't go to integer, from integer I can't go to decimal. That is not possible. Okay. See now, I have integer. Now I want to make it is possible, but from this varchar I can't convert to that integer. Not possible. Yeah.
So that can be done through a script. I mean SQL script that you are saying, or it cannot be possible at all.
It's not possible at all. Either with SQL or with UI, you can't change that. Not possible at all. Okay. So you're saying if it is with UI, you will change the date type here. That's what you're saying. No, see, you can't change that. Okay. If you add new column, it will give, but here for this it does not allow you to change the drop down. Either with UI or SQL, you can't change the data types. Within a similar data type set, you can change, but not to cross. From integer to varchar is not possible. See now from integer I could change it to big int. From integer I can't change it to varchar. That is not possible. Okay, adding
so number to number and string to string we can.
Adi logic, yes. Yeah. Number to big number, small number to big numbers, or string to any kind of string, yeah, but not string to number is not possible. Now you can also alter the table by adding a constraint primary key. For example, I don't have primary key yet. I would like to set that as primary key. See, most of this you can get it edit and do with UI also. Right click and set it and you can do right. Now edit log I'm removing a edit. Okay. Now let's add primary key. Now we have the primary key switched on. See, primary key has been enabled. If you want to get drop the alter table, so and say what drop primary key. You can drop the primary key what is already there. It removed. It is chala important. Very, very important. So you need to know this concept. See, whenever we switch on, let's say the HANA server is down and you restart your HANA server. When you restart the HANA server, by default, all the system tables, okay, and all the system tables are by default loaded into main memory. And apart from the system tables, if there are any column store tables for which preload flag is enabled, even those tables will also be loaded to main memory. If the preload flag is not set, those tables are not loaded at all. During the first time when you fetch the query on the table, then those tables are loaded into main memory. You got this point? This understanding is fine. When you switch on the server, only all the system tables will be row store, will be loaded to main memory bus by default as soon as you switch on the server. Apart from those, it will also load column store tables from disk to main memory or RAM, provided preload flag is enabled for the table. If preload flag is not enabled, this particular column store table is not loaded into main memory as soon as you switch on the server, not loaded at all. But when you run the query on the table, during first fetch, during first reading on the table, it takes the data from the table, loads it to main memory, and then gives you the result. If you feel the table is really critical, you want the table always to be in memory, then what you will do? You will enable as preload. So what happens? Even the server is switched off, and when you switch it on again, this table will be by default loaded to main memory automatically. You don't have to wait until till the first fetch. So, but while creating a table, we could not enable preload. Only with alter statement, I can say whether for this table preload should be enabled or not. Preload flag is chala important. Okay. So how do I do this? Now look at this. Alter table so and so. Preload these tables. Now when I say preload these columns, does not mean to load. See, there are three things: load, unload, preload. Load is like what? Explicitly, when I say load this table, when you execute this statement, then this table is loaded from disk to main memory at that point of time. When I say unload, the data is removed. When I say preload, you're only setting the property as preload, so that when you restart the server, all the column store tables for which the preload flag is enabled will be loaded to main memory. Okay. and that can be set for partial or full. If you do not, my table has, let's say my table has got 100 columns. You can set the preload or load or unload partially or fully. Either all three things can be done fully or partially. Fully ante anni columns, partially ante konni columns annattu. Now look at this, my table has got 3 columns, was employee ID, employee name and department number. If I say alter table so and so preload these 2 columns, what does it mean? I have switched on preload flag on this table, but only for 2 columns only. Is it like preload enabled for partially? So whenever I restart my server, first it will load all the system tables, then it will also load this table. Which table? EMP tab for alter also is loaded to main memory because preload flag is enabled. And will it load all the columns of the table or only 2 columns? Only 2 columns. Then I preload all on. When I switch on the server, all the system tables are loaded. Then when it has to reload the column, when it has to load the columns of the column to store tables for which the preload is enabled, all columns are loaded to main memory. Server starting number. Server starting number konni columns load kavalna, anni columns kavalna. Preload and jeppi columns list is all columns load aithe. And if this is a preload all, entire table will get loaded. Okay, boss? Yeah. Yesterday I showed you a query.
Do we have preload option on BW? I mean, info providers?
Yeah.
BI?
Yeah. So ultimately, even if it's BW HANA, you can log into this HANA data. I showed you just now a schema called SAP BW1. That is actually your BW schema. Yeah. I can get to that and enable the tables for preload. Okay. SCHE schema. And when this preload flag is enabled, this table will have the property enabled. Whether preload set in the leather, you could choose for a particular table, you can know whether preload is enabled or not. Compressed key. Look at this. Is preload, what is it says? Is partially reload preload kaadu all gotnam. Ante what is preload true bus? So when you switch on the server, all the system tables plus all the columns for which this property is preload is set to true will be loaded to main memory by default. Okay, boss? Are two columns say I think.
So preload is used for what scenario, sir? For query execution or?
Yeah, yesterday.
For data inserting or?
No, not data inserting. We classify the data as hot, warm, and cold, right? So there's some part of data that be really critical, and it has to be. You want that to be always be stored in the main memory, and you want it to be available for reporting at faster rate, faster speed. So what you do? Okay. You enable those tables. You will enable those tables as preload. Then what happens? Even though server is down, and when they restart, those will be by default loaded to main memory for your access. If not, all those tables will be in columns in your disk only. When you run the report first time, then it will read those tables and place them into the main memory. So then first time the performance will be down because first time it is trying to read from the disk. It is like the performance will be down, right? You don't want even that effect, and for those tables you will enable as preload. Preload in the server starting a table rather memory like
online.
First time query RAM lo dorukadu kabatti disk lo teesukochi first appudu RAM lo petti appudu reply query teesukostundi. So first time query kottappudu second time malli ettukuntundi atla adi ee doubt enna.
Okay. So latest sales data kavalante we need to do this preload.
Yeah. మామూలు రియల్ టైమ్ సర్వర్ డౌన్ కాదు, బట్ ఒకవేళ మెయింటెనెన్స్
వర్స్ట్ కేస్ లో
మెయింటెనెన్స్ డౌన్ చేసినా ఆ టేబుల్ ఆటోమేటిక్ లోడ్ అయిపోవాలనుకున్నాడు ప్రీలోడ్ ఫ్లాగ్ సెట్ అడుగుతాడు. ఇది ఇంప్రూవ్ డిస్కషన్ ఉంటుంది.
Okay.
In case of partial preload, can we load data on the basis of some date range or loading the full data?
What is the note? Yeah, what is it?
in case of partial preload,
Yeah.
can we load the partial data on the basis of some date range?
No. Only columns.
Columns.
You're saying, can I do
And
partial selection preload for a certain row wise? No. It's only column wise only. Because it's a column store table, only column wise allowed. No row state.
So no where clause.
No where class. No where class. Okay. Then we have another alter statement where we can convert the table from row store to, let's say you created a column store table. I want to convert that to row, and if you create a row column, either way, okay, I can convert. Say for example, this table is already a what column store. I cannot edit this in the UI, but I can do this with SQL. I say alter this table, alter the type, yeah, as row. Now this becomes a row store table. It says what? Row store. But you can't do that with it, but again I want to change it to column. That will be back to column. Okay. Range part month. So I have this table. I got a partition till August, right? July undi. 7 July July undi. Now let create one more partition for August, like this here. So by using add partition, you can add a new partition. Last class, we are almost done. Yeah? So alter table so and so, add partition, we'll add new partition to the table. Like this, we can change the partitions by adding a new partition. So get new partition. Later you want to drop an existing partition again, sure. You can add drop partition and where the value is shown. And that is dropped again. Like this you can add drop, yeah, okay. And then yesterday I was telling you about disable and enable auto merge. Let's say while creating a table, you have switched on the auto merge. You said on auto merge, but later you decide that you want to switch it off. Then you'll say what? Alter this table, disable auto merge, right? Straight away, then you can. When I create this table, by default, what is happening here? Auto merge is getting enabled. So now I would let disable auto merge on this. Then what will say? Alter table so and so. So what? Disable auto merge. If I say export this table, you can see this here. Where was that? You remember I showed you in this tables tab, you can see whether auto merge is enabled or disabled. So this just like using option disable or enable auto merge. Then again next is unload a priority. Let's say you already created a table. While creating table, you have set up unload priority, let's say 5 or 6 some number, and you want to change that priority later. Then you can say alter table, unload priority as what you want. You can change those unload priority of a table also. So higher the number it is, more earlier it is unloaded, and lower the number it tries to hold that back in memory. Critical tables ki unload priority taggiso, but then it will have higher unload priority.
So how to give this priority number? We set that condition based on the row RS underscore schema.
దీంట్లో తెలుసాను కదా మొత్తం అన్ని తెలుసాను అన్లోడ్ ప్రయారిటీ yeah. Is preload, is partial preload. Unload priority is set to what? 0 here. Now I'll change this to still 0 only. It's not in the unload priority range part month. Okay.
Table name.
Table name is different. I change it to range part month. You can see. Pretty much you see all the table information in the table called tables, then you get to see more pretty much. This is about altering table, and so you know about creating table and altering table. If you want to delete a table, simple, just right click on this and say what? Look at this here. Say delete. You want to delete rows or table? Table, right? No, not table. So I'll say what? Make sure you select this data as what? Delete catalog object. Then restrict to cascade. If I say restrict, if there's any different objects, it will not allow you to delete this table. Say there are different objects on this table. Cascade కొట్టినామంటే ఈ టేబుల్ పోతుంది దాని మీద డిపెండ్స్ కూడా ఎత్తిపోతుంది. Suppose there is a table on table 1. On table 1 you create some 5 views. If you say restrict, it will say this table cannot be deleted because there are 5 views depend on this. But if you say cascade, it will delete this table and also the 5 views on which are depend on this table also deleted. Okay, like this you can either delete or nothing but drop. This is how you can do with UI. Okay. If you want to do with SQL, then you will say what? Drop table, which table you will say so and so table. And when here you can say cascade or what? Restrict. So I'm dropped this table with all the differences gone. So if I say drop table so and so restrict it does not allow you to delete this if there's any dependency. So you can do that with UI. You can delete with UI like this, delete, or with what? With the drop statement. Now you know about creating table, you know about changing a table, you know about dropping the table. Okay. And we'll stop it here. Tomorrow we'll get on to this database views and the synonyms. About those videos, you asked for every 2 days. They're still working on it. Today or tomorrow you should start receiving it for every 2 days. Okay. There's still some problem. There's still yeah. Understand. Actually, they've done some setting for 5 days. Now when they're changing it for 2 days, they're not able to do. Just give me time till today and tomorrow. We'll solve that problem. Okay.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes.
Some of the students have received some documents yesterday in the email, like the course content and demo files, but I think all the students did not get it because I did not receive anything like that.
See, if you're not receiving anything, just always contact these numbers. Yeah, 9888538456. Yeah.
Okay, so the problem is we won't know if we didn't get it or not because we don't know what to expect and what not to expect. So we won't know if we're missing something.
Generally, if you're not receiving anything, then you're saying, how do I know whether I've missed out something or not? But make sure your mail ID is right, covered. Make sure your mail ID is in his distribution list so that you will be receiving it at least. Yeah. Just call up and say whether your mail ID, because when you're logging in with in the online, when you log in from the attendees,
I'm getting the email. I'm getting the class link every morning, but I'm not getting these type of files.
Just make sure. I think you should just tell him once. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Fine, boss. We'll meet tomorrow. Thanks. Okay, boss. Yeah. Now we're going to focus on database view. See, there's a lot of difference when you're dealing with HANA modeling you deal with attribute view, analytical view, calculate. That is different. And what we are referring now is normal database view. Yeah. Okay. So when do you go for a database view bus? Let's say you have data in multiple tables, you would like to join them and then access it in the reporting. But your database view is virtual. See, ultimately you can store data physically only in tables, that's it. The rest all objects are not hold any data physically in them, okay? And now, yeah. Is it better now?
Yes, sir, it is better now.
Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir, it is a little bit better now.
Okay, yeah. So when you want to join multiple tables and formulate a projected set of fields, and we go with database view. And this view is different from the HANA modeling views. Okay. So I have a requirement. There's one of real-time requirements. Now look at this. I have this table and look at my requirement. Okay, boss. I have this data here. Okay. This is my data here. See, look at this. This is the details of some company, and this company has got some subsidiary companies. See what there could be a group of company which has got subsidiary companies within that. Like this is the information. This is the every company would have something called SIN, corporate company identification number. Yeah. So this is the list of subsidiary companies I've got. Say this is one subsidiary company SIN number and the company name and under which section that was been assigned as the subsidiary company. Again, subsidiary company 2, subsidiary company 3, subsidiary company 4. I got it like this way. We call this as account based model. Like each value is stored as a separate row in my table. Okay. When I create universe on this table and then create my report, I get that in this is my problem. Say when I'm doing reporting on this,
Sorry, why are we building up this database view?
that's what I'm just showing you the reason why I'm building the view. Okay. So I just have a cross tab here. Okay. And then I'll just create a simple query. I just want to see that SIN number name and their value. So this is serial number, right? And then the values. I'll say sort as per this. It's all 67. Huh? Fine, okay. Look at this. It is basically aggregating these values and showing me downwards like this. For example, say okay. And I assign this out. I connect this and I fire this query. I'm waiting to see like SIN, subsidiary SINs, and these are the ones, and company names are this. But this does not have any relations. I cannot find out this SIN number is for this company, and this for this company, this was the section. I cannot really get this like if my table is stored in that way, I can only get a query like this. Suppose if I drill this in the columns, I'm going to get this way. Look at this, I get it this way. Means what? You get to see all the SINs across, and you get to see the section and the names across. But actually I'm expecting to see a small kind of table which shows me SIN numbers and the company name side of it, and then I would like to see under which section this was being registered as subsidiary company. That is what I would like to see. But in the backend, my database table stores data in this format. That was the reason I could get data only in that view, in that format. Getting this? So now, two options you have. You either convert this in a required format and load into a different table and then use that table for reporting. Or at the runtime of the query, change this into different view, what you want, and then use it for reporting. If I store it another table, again, the data becomes duplicate. Unnecessarily, I'm storing the same data again and again, right? So I would like to create a virtual object which can just project me in the required way what I want. Clear on this? So I'll try to build a view. We can build your database view either using SQL or even with UI also. But with SQL, you have much more flexibilities. With UI, it's only very limited options here. Okay. So first I'm showing with SQL and then we'll get. Say create view. You want this in which schema? 9 cubex SQL dot subsidiary companies. This is my name of the view as, and then start formulating a select statement. See, we're going to write some very big select statement. It might be confusing, but we'll learn the select statement later already. Okay. So we're going to formulate a select statement which will actually give the result of the select statement will be projected as a view bus. So I'll write a select so that the account based model which is stored in the table will be converted to a row based model what I want. Okay. So we'll just have to write all the select within this. That is about creating a view. Yeah. So slowly I'll start formulating. What is my logic? What I'll do is first I'll try to say select. I just want only these, right? I'll just say select. So what I'll do? Actual value, right? Actual value. From which table? This is a table. So I'll say select actual value from this table. And I just want it to be reading data only for which section was. I have this. What is this? Subsection has this value, right? So where subsection, since this has got some special characters, I'm putting in double quotes. Subsection is capital S. So what will this give me? This will just give me all these values, actual values, right? Same thing, select actual value, the column actual value from this table, where the section is I9B_1. So it just gives me all this list here. Okay, further I just want to read only the SIN numbers first. Okay, so just to read only SIN numbers, what is again selection I'll do? I'll say within this section, just read only where my extra field label is what? SIN_CBUS. Can I say and extra label, correctness spelling, extra field label is equal to what? SIN_C. See, this is a value, string values I put in single quotes. If it is the identifier, whether it's a name of the table or a column name, I put that in double quotes. Let's fire this. Now this will just give me only subsidiary SINs. Yes? Okay, next one. I take the same query. Instead of saying SIN name, what is this here? I'll take same section, but I'll say refer to what? Company name. This will give me company names. Okay. Okay, I'll formulate one more node. Okay. Set up like table, which is what? Section name. So this will give me these sections. So actually I've got three selections which are like three different, they just give me three sets of data. One is giving me subsidiary companies. I've just taken out name separately, section separately. Now I need to group them to formulate my view bus. Or I need to join these. This is like one result set. This is one result set. This is one result set. I need to join these three result sets to formulate a view for me, what I want. But look at this. If I need to join this, but actually if you look at it's all sorted out. Means the first SIN must be joined with the first section, must be joined with the first name. And there it goes. It's all sequential for me, right? The first SIN must be joined with the first company name and must be joined with the first section name. If I just say without any ordering, if I just say join, if I do something like inner join, every SIN will be joined with every name and every name will be joined with every section. It creates multiple combinations. That is not what I want. I want the first SIN number must be joined with the first name and must be joined with the first section number. Means first row, all the first rows must be joined and all the second rows must be joined and all the third rows must be joined and all the fourth rows must be joined. Right? So if I just go with just joining this, I can't achieve that because every record will be joined with every record. That's my problem. So what I'll do, apart from this, in each result set, apart from the actual value, I'll try to generate some row number for each of this. Say in result set 1, you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. In result set 2 also you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. In result set 3 also you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'll say join this result set based on that row number. So 1 will be joined with 1, and 2 will be joined with 2, and 3 will be joined with 3, and 4 will be joined with 4. Then you don't have this combinations created. Right? So to get the row number, we can use a function. One second. You have a function for generating a row number. So you got to say this way. See, this is the function row underscore number. But actually, there is something called Windows functions, which we'll see later. But whenever I use Windows functions, I must always specify sorting or order by bus. Nothing but order by is actually for sorting. Yeah. We'll see the syntax later. I'll say I want some column, right? I'll say use this. Say I want row number over and order by this value. Over means like over this actual value, generate me a row number. Now let me just select this and see the results. And whatever I'm getting it, I'll just set that as row number, I'll say, as a column. Alias, okay. The row number, so you're going to get a row number and what? Actual values. So to generate some sequential row number, I use this Windows function called what? Row number. Okay, boss? But whenever I use this is actually Windows function and simple. Say for example, you have certain result set. It divides that result set and performs that function. That is called Windows function. For example, you have been given with list of students and list of their marks, and you're supposed to announce who's the first rank, you're supposed to do the ranking within that students. So based on the highest marks, you start saying the one which highest marks is first rank, the next highest is second rank, third rank, you give it. But what has happened is they've given you some list of students with their marks, right? But those students belong to different sections. They've given you 10 students marks, but actually student number 1 to 5, they belong to section 1. You know, we have sections in the classes, right? Section A, and 6 to 10, they belong to section B. So now I would like to do ranking by dividing that data by sections. So I need to divide that result set by section A, section B, then do ranking. That is Windows function. When you partition the result set and then do execute that function, those are called as Windows functions. Say use rank function over section number. Section means split by section, then order by marks. So when I do order by marks, then what happens? The student with highest marks will be coming at the top. We will say descending order by so and so, descending order. So what happens? So when I say over section, then what happens? The result set is divided by what? Sections. Then I'll say order by marks. Here the entire result set, I'm not splitting anything, so I'm just using over. That's what I'm not using saying over this field or over. I'm not splitting anything. I'm just using what? Only order, and I get the row number. Same way I get the row number for other 3 result sets. If I take this again, you get serial number for each of the company name. 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll get serial number for each of the sections. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need to take these. Assume this result set 1 is like table 1. This result set is like table 2. This result set is table 3, and I'm trying to join these 3 and formulate one single view for it. Getting this? Okay. So I'll say. So ultimately, what is it you want to select? Let's say select. Okay. Assume this as a table 1. Okay. I'll come to that. So I just want, let's say just select actual value from what? From which table? This is a table, right? This is sub-select completely. Can I say this is table 1? I'll say I give it alias as T1. So select actual value from, instead of giving a table name, I'm giving a sub-select there, which is actually representing my table. That is just giving me actual values from the sub-result set, okay? It's actually subquery. This itself, I'm referring it as one table. From that, I'm reading what? Actual value. I'll say what? Can I say explicitly, since this table has been referred as what? T1, I'll say T1 dot actual values. Okay, good. Now, once I have this table 1, I need to join this table to another table. So I'll say what? Inner join or left outer join, whatever the type of join you want. Inner join, which table was? So is this another table now? This is table 1, right? and inner join, yeah. For you to understand, okay, this is for table 1. Inner join, which is named I'll name this as table 2. So this result set is considered as table 2 and this result set is considered as table 1. I'm joining this table 1 inner join with table 2, and we need to have some join condition on what? On T1 dot which field was? Join with the row number. Yeah. T1 dot row number is equal to row number. So now here I need T1 dot actual value will give me SIN number, subsidiary company name, and then what? I'll also read T2 dot actual value also. Yes, because T2 dot actual value will give me what? Name of the company. Then again, this result must be again joined with what? Another table again. I'll say inner join. Okay. Inner join. I'll name this as what? T3 on T2, T1, anything is fine. T1 dot okay. And that's specified join condition. Now I need to read even the actual value from T3 also. T3 dot so this select will start giving me the result of the join completely. I got all this set sitting in one place. Okay, boss. I'll take this select and I'll put inside what? Create view so and so as అంతే. ఇక్కడ అన్నిటికీ ఇప్పుడు ఈ క్వెరీ కొట్టింటే ఏమొచ్చింది? అన్నిటికీ చూడు యాక్చువల్ వాల్యూ మంచిది కాదు కదా, నాట్ గుడ్. సో ఐ కెన్ యూజ్ alias name. I'll say T1 dot actual value as what? Subsidiary SIN, yeah. T2 dot actual value name as what? I can give alias name as subsidiary company name as subsidiary section. Just executing only the select part. Now they start giving me the respective headings whatever, and then based on this output of this select statement, I want the view to be different. I'll say create view so and so as this. That's select the complete set, and you should have a parenthesis close at the bottom. This will create a view for. That's it. Now, so you know, in which view did I create that? I said in 9QX SQL. You see a folder. What is folder here? Views. You should start seeing this. Subsidiary companies view. Right click and open data preview. This is virtual. When I try to see the data, of this view, at the runtime it will read data from those query and then project me as the result. Okay. And even after creating the view, I can still see the definition. As you can say open definition, I can see the SQL schedule what was being used in the backend. Okay, was fine. See, actually, why I was just touching this. This was very, very important for in our project. Actually, the data what I was showing you here. The data what I was showing you is about some company. For one company, I get around 700 rows. Means each row is one kind of information about the company, saying for this company the filing was done on this day, for this company this was the director one, this was the subsidiary company. I get around 600 rows like that. And then I have asked the BODS person to get the output this way. He was asking me a lot of questions. ఇవన్నీ ఉంటాయి, 4 ఉంటాయా, 5 ఉంటాయా, 10 ఉంటాయా అంటే I can't say, because There could be a company with 50 subsidiary companies, there could be a company with 100 subsidiary companies, NOC Ravalan. And I wanted he has to do lot of looping and he has to do lot of logic to convert those data into this format. Okay, and performance was really bad. Then I said, okay, say, let me write a view in database levels. And same kind of logic you can achieve with HANA modeling also, like with attribute or with analytical view or calculation, we can achieve that. So నాకు చాలా benefit అయిందన్నమాట. Actually this is one table you are seeing like this, right? There are around 9 to 12 tables which what BODS person does is he extracts data from the source as one table as with 600 records. I tell him what all to be formatted as a table, converted as a table like this. For each table formulation, he on separate data flow with lot of looping. Say fetch record one, make it reverse pivot, fetch record to make it. He's doing lot of stuff where the processing of the record was very slow. Then I said, leave it, just dump into the table. Let me play it into the query like this. So if someone asks you when any scenario for database view, you can use the same scenario for HANA modeling also, calculation view, analytical view also can. Yeah. Our topic later got you could touch other logic. So on top of this database view, I can create universe and then project that universe and then do reporting. అట్లా నాకు అలా చేసినాక వచ్చిండేది ఇది. I created a view like that. I create a view like that and I create universe also. This is that universe. See, I got subsidiary universe. I getting this? And the same thing, I'm just projecting this thing. You would right? So then can I say your question real time scenario in the data might be different, the content might be different, but this was one of the requirements where we used view for it. The data what we had in the table was not ready for consumption in the reporting directly, so we had to change the view of it. Then we created a database. So we use virtual again. Okay. Okay. This is one way of doing it with writing SQL. Okay. And we can also create view with UI also. Well, he was using some reverse pivot function and then he was doing some looping. Yeah. In BODs, it processes record by row. It cannot process result set by. What I did do? I've just taken result set to one with multiple rows. BODs can't fetch like that. It only processes row by row. Okay. So we can also create database view with drag UI also. Yeah. So for that, I have a table. I just take simple record. I have a table called customer. This is my customer table, and I have a table called fact sales. This is straightforward, simple one. So in the fact sales table, I see the details of the sales. Each row is one order ID, and for each order, it could deal with. See, if the order ID is same, obviously the product would be different because when the customer places an order, does he place for one order or multiple orders? One item or multiple items? See, if you look at this order 775, it deals with lots of products. This product is rendu same. This might be something which I added. Okay, boss. Yeah. You see product being different, and then you have something customer ID. And I'm not worried about this. I've got a column like net sales, which I'm interested in, and then I'm interested in this column. What is quantities? So this table tells me for a given customer what is my net sales and quantities. And this table tells me for a given customer ID, what is the customer ID there? 17, right? రెండు సార్లు వస్తుంది ఈ డేటా రెండు సార్లు సర్లేదు రాని I have this 17 for customer ID 17. I know to which country or to which region or to which city does it belong. So I just want to have a view which they gives me for customer wise net sales and so where I've got supposed to join this fact table. What is this here? Customer ID with what? Customer table, customer ID. For joining, the column need not be same. Here the column name could be customer. Here the column name could be customer ID. I can still join them. As long as the data element, the data within that column is same, I can go about joining them. It's not necessary that the column names must be same, right?
డిస్టింగ్ వాల్యూస్ లో ఉంటాయి యూనిక్ అంటే బ్రాండ్
అవును ఏది మనకు అంత అవసరం లేదు రెండు టేబుల్ తగిలి అంతే అది మన కాన్సెప్ట్ when required we can write any logic. Okay. So I just want to create a view in this schema 9 cubic SQL, but I'm referring to tables of different schema possible, no issues here. So I'll right click on this views folder and say what new view. I want to go with UI, say something like say customer sales something, and which schema I'm creating a 9 cubic SQL. It's like more like a canvas, okay, where I basically insert the tables what I would like to have. Insert table. I would like to go with the table from schema cubic SQL. One is customer table. Control button రెండు ఒకటేసారి చేసేయలేదు ఒక్కోసారి ఒకటే. Okay, yeah. Here cubic SQL. Next is your fact sales. Okay, now I would like to perform a join between these two tables. Yeah. So I have this table, customer ID, and I would like to join this column to this table to get the details of customers. So from here, you try to do a drag and drop. As soon as you drag and drop, it asks me what type of join are we using. So none is like inner join, left is left outer join, right is right outer join, full is full outer join. So we understand what is inner join. Inner join is what? Only the common values. Left outer join is what? Inner join plus the left operands, okay. And right outer join is what? Inner join plus the right operands. Full is like inner join, left and right operands completely. I'm okay with inner join now. Yeah. If you're okay with drag and drop, you can do this way. Or you can right click and say insert join. Or even here you can say insert join anyway. So choose what I want my fact sales to be the left table, and I want this customer table to be right table, and you want join on the customer ID. So select customer ID, makes you select customer. So here it forms fact sales dot customer ID is equal to customer dot customer ID. And if I set this, what happens? A out, left outer, left table then outer bit to left outer. Then you put it, then it becomes right outer. Rendu pedithe full out. Ante మనకి ఇప్పుడు inner join right. So it's none indicating inner join. Then I can start selecting what columns do you want. From this I want to see company name, region, and then I want net sales, and you can just select columns from there. That's it. You can, if you want, you can use synonym and change the name of the column. So instead of projecting as company name, I want to project as customer name. I can do that. And you want that to be visible or sorted or what? Or you want to have some conditions kind of stuff. We can do sorting or predicate means like operator. You want to use some where class selections. You can use. I'm okay. I'm just saying what? Activate. So what it say? Create view, so and so it is execute some SQL statement and the view is created. Is a bug, no one other. Okay, this is my view. So if we just try to see the content of this view, I get to see customer name, region name, net sales and quantity, which has been projected. I can also see the SQL definition of it. After creating, if I go to open definition, I can see the SQL sheet what is found. Says, look at this, inner join. After the view has been created either with UI or something, I can also see in the definition, I can see the SQL statement what is formed in the backend. But if you're going with UI, you're limited with these options. If you go with writing SQL, there's no limit. You can go with anything you want. As you were saying, I want to use distinct, all this. You don't have those options. It's better we go with SQL and then yeah, what is it?
Very similar to IDT.
వాళ్ళది అది కూడా మాదే కదప్ప SAP. అలాగే ఉంటాను సేమ్ అంటే నువ్వు వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ బీన్ డూయింగ్ ఇన్ ఐడిటి దే ట్రై టు పుష్ డౌన్ ఇంటూ HANA అంతే pretty much కొద్దిగా ఆప్షన్స్ మారుతాయి ఇంత దిస్ అబౌట్ డేటాబేస్ వ్యూ బస్ ఓకే the next is synonyms. So if you want to really be strong in creating view, it's like we have to be strong in select statement. We'll come later on that. We'll come in detail about DML statements, data manipulation statements, where we deal completely more focusedly on select statement completely. Next is synonyms. Next database object type synonym. But the view what we have seen is a database view that is completely different from a HANA modeling view. Those are different. This is different. Okay. Okay. Synonyms. Synonym is like you can understand like a shortcut name. You can understand that as a shortcut name for any database object. Say for example for a table or for procedure or whatever it is. Simple. Say. So I have this table. I don't know whether data is there or not. So I have a table with some data in it. Okay. But what is this table name here? EMP with data bus. Okay. But what I want is I would like to provide some alias name for this table as EMP. So whenever I write my query, if I just refer as EMP, it should refer to the table, like a shortcut. Windows lo shortcut to not alias name. Yeah, that is nothing but synonyms. Okay. I can also create synonym majorly. See, I'll say like this. Create, very simple. Create SYNON. Create synonym, okay, and you would like to create this synonym in which schema? 9QX SQL. What is the name of the synonym you want? You want it as what? I want the synonym name to be EMP. For what? This shortcut name EMP should be referring what? For so as soon as I create, select this and say create. Okay, boss. Now once I have this, now look at this. Now when I go to, you see another folder here. What is this? Synonyms. When I get in this, you see a synonym called EMP, and you see a small icon here. Shortcut line. When I try to see the data of this synonym, it actually shows the data of the table which is represented by that. Okay. So I can also run this. Even if I run my select statement, say select star from 9QX SQL EMP, it is actually referring to what? Indirectly, it is referring to EMP with the data. That is synonym. Okay, not only to table, I can create a synonym for a procedure also. Let's say there is a procedure which is a really big name. I can just provide some alias name or synonym for that procedure and call that procedure with that name also. This is synonym. Okay. There's one more. Is it like a reference object?
But it will be confusing, right? Using both and configure different alias name.
నేను బలత్వం పెట్టలేదన్న వాడుకున్నా అవసరం ఉంటే వాడు. Okay. Next one. There's one more concept. See this synonym was. I'll come to that. This synonym is created in which schema bus? 9QX SQL. If that is done, if that is the case, this synonym can only be accessed by user who has got access to the schema of what? 9QX SQL. This schema can be, sorry, this synonym can only be accessed by a person who has got access to the schema code, what? 9QX SQL. But let's say there is some kind of table which is giving me holiday list of holiday calendar or something. There is a table which is giving me holiday calendars or factory calendar or something, which I want everyone to be seeing those tables. I want to make those tables global and everyone should be able to see those tables. Then what we can do is we can create something called public synonym. We can create something called public synonym. To create public synonym, it would create synonym. Use a keyword what? Public. Create public. So when you're creating a public synonym, are we creating inside a schema or outside? Outside in a schema layer. You don't have to specify schema where it has to get created. You just give a different name. So you just use a keyword public to make the synonym as a public. And when the synonym is public, it is not specific to any particular schema at all. Okay, boss? So I've just removed, there's no qualification of the schema name for this. For this table, let's select this and say create. So what is my public EMP, right? Now look at this. All your public synonyms will be in this folder. This folder called public synonyms and try to filter for even though the user does not have access to the schema 9QX SQL, he can still be able to see this synonym. This is called what? Public synonyms. Question name is here. Above, it's not in any of the schemas. It is all as public, global. Yeah. In the global public, schema system global petkudu, but you treat that as only folder. That's global folder, which is not specific to any of the schemas. That's the public synonym. Okay. Now the question is, why should I use synonym? What is synonym? Synonym is like an alias name or a shortcut to a database object. It could be table or a procedure. It's a shortcut or alias name for a database object, which could be table or a procedure. Now we could create normal synonym, which is specific to schema, or we could create a public synonym, which is global. Anyone who is able to log into HANA will be able to access the public synonym, whether he has got access to the schema or not. But why should I create synonym? The question is, why should I create synonym is what the point was. Okay, good. Now look at this. There will be some specific cases where the synonym could be really important. First point with important is normal. Suppose say you're developing some applications. Yeah. So database will be developed. Database development will be going on simultaneously. Let's say the front end designing is also going on at a time. So front end had a vision that they're expecting a table with the naming as EMP. Okay. But in the backend database, the table was created as employee. But instead of dropping and recreating with EMP, can I solve that problem with synonyms? So I'll create a synonym as EMP as employee. So front end people still, even when they query saying EMP, they're still able to get their database. Alert case, general normal, we can solve those kind of, that is okay, generally. Yeah. Next major game ఈ రియల్ టైమ్ క్వశ్చన్ వేస్తాడు అన్నట్టు కరెన్సీ కన్వర్షన్స్ కి చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. See, people from SAP background would understand, say, when you, in SAP systems, when you do currency conversion, it actually does leverage some currency conversion relevant table, standard table, T-cur X, T-cur F, T-cur C, all this, right? There will be some standard tables in the backend which will be leveraged for currency conversions. So, in all your SAP applications, the programming, the above program for converting currencies is written or developed in such a way that it refers to the content of a table with the naming as Tker C, Tker, Tker F, Tker X, or whatever it is, then perform the currency conversion for it. It's all default maintained like that. Okay. Even in SAP HANA, when you got to do currency conversion, it would still, the scripting or procedure for currency conversion in HANA is written such a way that it expects to see the currency conversions or currency codes or factors or exchange rates, everything from the table maintained with the naming as Tker C, Tker X, Tker F, Tker V, all those stuff. అంటే HANAలో కూడా SAP applications లాగానే ప్రోగ్రామ్ రాసి ఎట్లా పెట్టినాడు, whenever I do currency conversion in SAP HANA, it tries to refer to the table with the naming as Tker, Tker C, Tker F, Tker X అని కొన్ని ఉంటాయి. అంటే Tker C is for holding all these stuff currency codes, Tker X is to hold all the currency exchange rates, Tker F is to hold the factors of all, అట్లా టేబుల్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఆ టేబుల్స్నే వాడుకుంటుంది అన్నట్టు HANAలో కూడా అంతే. Okay. So in the interview also they ask you this question. They say, okay, this is what happens. So if you have, if the point is say you're extracting data from ECC and putting into HANA, then what happens? When you extract data from ECC has got the tables like Tker, Tker C, Tker F, because that is the same application, right? So those tables are brought in, and then by leveraging these tables, you can do currency conversion straight away. No issues here, right? But imagine you're extracting data from a non-SAP source, let's say from Oracle or SQL Server database. In those databases, the table names are maintained as exchange rates, currency codes, or currency factors, or what own naming lo pettukunnadu. Let's say I replicate those tables into HANA. So what is the table names I get? Exchange rates, currency codes, factors, and wherever table pair those. And when I say do currency conversion in HANA, HANA is trying to refer to a table. The standard program or standard procedure or standard scripting of currency conversion in HANA is already implemented to refer to a table with the naming as what? Tker C, Tker X, Tker F, all this. So in that case, how do you solve this? So can I go with synonyms then? In the same scheme, I'll say create synonym Tker for exchange rates table. Create synonym as Tker C for a currency codes table. Create synonym Tker F for factors table. Can that be a scenario? Real time did you work with currency conversions with non-SAP source? Yes. We have replicated data from non-SAP sources, but the table names are completely different. We have to go about creating synonyms for it with Tker, Tker C, Tker F. Then the HANA application was able to, in HANA application, we were able to perform currency conversion. That is important. See, it's something like this. I'll show you. See, in this, I've got some set of tables. I've got some set of tables. This table, sap.hana.demo content.epm.data : this is giving me currency codes. It is giving me list of all the currency codes in it. But my engine or the standard programming for currency conversion would need a table with what name? Tker C's. But what is the table name? In the table. Ila untundi non-SAP scenario, right? So మనం ఏం చేస్తాము? ఇక్కడ synonym చేసి పెట్టినా ఏమని ఓపెన్ డెఫినేషన్ అంటే చూడొచ్చు. Tker C is a synonym in the schema for referring to what? SAP.HANA ఈ టేబుల్ కి ఇది synonym. Okay, boss? Okay. Means like reading, yeah. అంతే అంటావా? చూస్తాం. పోతుందమ్మా, ఇన్సర్ట్ కూడా అవుతుంది. insert, disable insert. Insert it. Insert anything, upsert to update on your yeah. And same way you will have it for unit conversion also. So for currency conversion, it does leverage standard tables, T-cur, T-cur C, T-cur F, T-cur X, అది ఇది కొన్ని వాడుతుంది. సేమ్ అట్లా యూనిట్ కన్వర్షన్ కి T006 అని వాడుతుంది. Same అదే కాన్సెప్ట్ యూనిట్ కన్వర్షన్ కూడా. Suppose let's say the unit conversions are maintained with a different table with non-SAP source. When you replicate it, you must create alias name for it with what? T006, so that your standard program in HANA can refer to the T006, which indirectly refers to the unit of measures. Okay. Yeah.
Can we use these synonyms for views as well?
In which view?
Any views we created on the standard table.
Database view you can use. Is asking, can I have a select on this alias name or synonym be used in creating my view? Yes. Database view, yes. But I cannot use this synonym in HANA modeling. No. HANA modeling only column store tables. I think the exception, but no synonym, nothing is allowed in HANA modeling. Straight away you have to use table. Okay, Nana?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, okay. Yeah, what is it? ఇదమ్మా ఇంతేమో తీసేసి అట్లా ఇది మన కమాండ్ ప్రాంప్ట్ కాదు, అది నువ్వు సీక్వెల్ అది వేరే, ఇది అట్లుంది ఎడిటర్ అది.
మనం ఒక టేబుల్ క్రియేట్ చేసి రైట్ క్లిక్ చేసి రిమూవ్ అంటే రిమూవ్ అయిపోతుంది. అలా కాకుండా అథెంటికేషన్ ప్రొవైడ్
చేయొచ్చు. Is asking me a question saying, when I right click on the table and say delete, the table gets deleted. Can I control that user not to have the delete authorization? Yes. That's simple and you save them.
Hello.
Yeah, 1 second. If you go to this user, object schema ఉంటుంది. ఈ స్కీమాలో వాడు ఏం చేయొచ్చు అని ఇవ్వచ్చు అన్నట్టు. Create any, can you alter the schema, execute ఇక్కడ చూడండి. You delete in అనుకో, so you can't delete. You can control what kind of privileges do we have on that schema. So if you just give only select, you can only read. You will not be able to do delete. Yeah, what is the question?
Sir, is there any table store table and synonyms, so we can refer the table and see that term?
Can you ask me again? What is it?
Is there any table to store all tables and synonyms if you are creating any synonyms like that?
He's asking me, is there any, like say yesterday we've seen a standard table like tables or m_cs_table which is showing list of all the tables. Same way, can I have some standard table to CS? అన్నిటికీ ఉంటుంది. గుడ్డిగా వెళ్ళిపోవాలి, అడగకూడదు క్వశ్చన్. Because whatever the data, what are the objects you're creating, for every object it has to store metadata into a application అంతే, అదే లాజిక్ అన్న. నేను గుడ్డిగా నో చెప్తాను, ఎస్ అంటే. Why? Because any application, whether it is HANA, you take Oracle, whatever it is, if you create some object, it has to store the metadata into some repository table, obviously. Yeah. Same ఇక్కడ కూడా ఉంటుంది. What is that అంటే ఎత్తుకాలంతే. ఏముంటుంది లాజికల్, ఎవడన్నా ఏదో సినోనిమ్ పేరుతో పెట్టాలి వాడు. MView సినోనిమ్ ఏదో పెడితే దొరుకుతుంది. LMNOPQRS. System overview, system statements. ఉంటుందన్న డెఫినెట్గా.
Okay, sir, no problem. Thank you, sir.
And where to place that SQL file. We had some PDF on that SQL. Remember? If you go down, there is something of systems information. It will tell you lots of standard tables view. Desktop better, na? Somewhere I downloaded.
Batch 9 లో
దొరికింది. ఇక్కడ BA systems view in this reference there is a menu called systems view అని ఉంటుంది. దాంట్లోకి వెళ్తే like there is something called systems view reference that will tells you systems view are ready-made views in the system schema which will give you all the metadata information. If I just go down, definitely there should be something. A synonym one uttundana. There's something called synonyms. Yeah. So there's a table called synonyms which will give you all information about synonyms. Tables at tables, synonyms undi. Tells you whether public or not, synonym for what it has been declared, whether it is object, the synonym is referring to a table or whether it's a procedure, because I can create a synonym for procedure also. So whether it is referring to table or what it is. Okay, boss? Only public. Public kakunte specific schema kuntuna. If you want to see in schema underscore name. See, you asked me whether public is actually a schema for you in the internally, but for you it shows as a folder. Okay. For you it is 9 cubic. So there is one schema, synonym we create EMP representing this object, and what type of object is this? It's a table. So this is what you were asking. Metadata. Okay. Reference, there is something called systems view reference which will tell you the information about standard tables which is stored in what. Okay. And next, that's about synonyms. Next, indexes. Okay. Next, indexes was. Why do we use indexes? Why do we build? See, there's already primary index on the table, which is a primary key. Apart from the primary index, why do you build the second index on the table? Why? To improve the read performance on the table, right? But if you remember, in the initial discussion of column store table, we said each column itself is stored as an index. Then you don't really need a second index. We had a discussion there. In a column store table, each column values itself with unique values it stores as a what? Only distinct values stored as an index, and each column itself will act as an index in a column store table. Then you don't need any other additional indexes. But what SAP says is, even though each column acts as an index internally, if you're trying to write a select, where you're trying to be very selective, saying, say I've got 100 fields in a table, you're trying to say where field 1 equal to this, field 2 equal to this, field 3, you're writing lots of very big where class where you're trying to be very selective, then index makes sense. Otherwise, you don't really need indexes. But if you're trying to be very selectively writing lots of conditions in the where class, then having indexes makes sense. Otherwise, you don't need it. Okay. And now, when it comes to creating second indexes, there will be two types of indexes. One is called as B tree, and one is called as CP B tree. when you create a second indexes on a table, the second indexes could be two types. One is B tree and one is CP tree. B tree is like binary tree and CP compressed prefix binary tree. When you say B tree, it is binary tree bus. And when you say CPB tree, it is compressed prefix binary tree bus. Okay. Now look at the difference between these two. What is the difference here? Look at this. If I say, let's say I've got values like say C100, say C200, C300, and C400, and C5. Let's say this is my value. And I would like to maintain that in form binary tree. Binary tree is what? Every parent will have two children, right child and left child. And right child is always greater than the parent and left child is less than the parent. So what I'll do, I'll store something like this. C400 and something like C500 here. Parent with two children, again this has got two children again, okay, something like this. So first it will do this comparison, and if you're trying to search which is greater than, then it will go to what? Right part of it. And for every comparison we are reducing half of the probability, we are nearing to the half of probability. That's binary tree. That's compressed prefix binary tree ante same ilage untundi tree lagane, but I give strings like this to search for. I give a very big string like this and I ask you to come search for RE. And I'll ask you to search for REQU underscore 126 B MN MN BB so on is first R you try to compare only first 6 characters or the entire string. System so it takes to only the prefix of it and build indexes only on the prefix of it. That is called as compressed prefix index, B tree index. It will be a binary tree, but does not mean a binary tree with a complete value. It just takes only the prefix of that string and uses that for building the indexes. And whenever we have used kind of strings, it tries to hold that. Ante managu search etutam kadanna. Pedda string is say first mundu match intene next part chustunle the next part kuda chudu atla adu kuda ante system kuda ante.
Sir, please speak in English. I'm able to follow.
So what I'm saying, if you're trying to search for some string in this way, you would prefer to search the first part of the string instead of searching the entire string. If I just can match with the first 8 characters of this, then the entire string is same, right? So what it does, it tries to build index only the prefix part of only the first 8 characters of the string, not the remaining part. That is called as compressed prefix binary tree. Okay. So now look at this. The create, basically you'll have a statement called create index where you can create two ways. You can either create with UI or you can create with SQL also. But if you want to create with SQL, you have to use a statement word. So it is a DDL, right? So it will be what? Create for table, you'll say create table. For view, you'll say create view. For index, you'll say what? Create index. That's it. Okay. And what type of index does it create? When the column data types are string or binary strings or decimal types, or when the constraint is a composite key or non-unique constraint, the index is what? See, if you don't mention what type of index, see, while creating index, you can explicitly specify whether you want B tree or CPB tree. If you don't specify anything, what index does it create? And look at this. If you're trying to build index on a column string data types, if it is binary string data types or decimal types or part of composite key, non-unique constraints, like for all this case, by default it creates index. What type of index here? CBP trees. In other cases, binary tree will be used. Okay, was fine. If neither B tree nor CBP tree is specified, then HANA database will choose appropriate index type. If you, while creating index, you can specify whether it is to be B tree or CBP tree. If you don't specify, HANA will find which is suitable for it. Based on these data types, if these are the data types, then it goes with what? CBP tree. If not, it goes with what? B tree as the condition. Okay. So you can have unique. Let me just create first with. So what 9 cubic SQL. Let me show you with UI, then you understand those options. So I've got this table and I would like to build some index on this. Right click and say what? Open definition, and then you go to the tab. What? First say, you want to edit this table. Then get to the index tab. Then say what? Add. Just give some index. See, when you go with type, there's something full text index. Don't worry on that now. We use that full text index when you deal with processing of unstructured data. When you want to do some sentiment analysis, then we do it. No, don't worry now. It's index and indexed columns. Now you want unique index. Is SC level or not? Do you see the screen something like SC level in our SAP systems? Yeah. You want unique or non-unique? Then you want to build index on which column? Employee name. Not unique, non-unique with employee name, and say active. So you just click here and there, then it gets refreshed, then it's active. Let's see, it is executing instead create index so and so on this table with this column. Instead of you doing with UI and then it executing SQL statement, I can also directly say with SQL also. But in the UI, it doesn't give me an option of choosing what type of index I want, CVP or B tree. But in SQL, you'll have that options. So I'm just creating a table, so and so. Now let's create index on this table. So create index so and so. Now this is the name of the index. On which column? On schema name, table name, column name. So even if I create this way, I can see that in EMP simple IND. If I open the definition of this, I should be able to see that index is correct. You can either create index either way. Now I want, again, I'm create one more table. So this is a normal index, non-unique, right? Next, I just want to explicitly create a unique index. So then in that case, I'll say what? Unique, I can say. If you explicitly, I want to specify the type of index. I want what? CPB tree index. I want unique CPB tree index. This is my index name on this column name. I can say this. If you don't specify anything, system will define what should be the appropriate, whether B tree or CPB. Otherwise, you can explicitly specify also. So before the index keyword, you specify what type of index do you want, whether unique B tree or CPB tree you want. EMPIND. You get to see this is unique here, but you don't see the index type B tree, CPB tree converted. But there will be another standard table as we've seen like tables or synonym. There will be a standard table called indexes, which will show you information about all the indices. There's a table called what? What is indexes, which will give you all currently indexes. And if you want have the information about the columns on the index, then you have another table called index underscore columns, standard table. Okay. That's it. But if you don't specify anything, whether what type of index, then the system will define the suitable index. So I can just say only unique, or unique what type of index also you can. This is about creating a second index on a table. But generally you don't go with this because majority of the case column store is able to handle. Because in case of analytical applications, the where class would not be so very depth. Let's say you've got 1 million rows, your where class will not be such way that you're reading one row. Allow to do that. So only when you have that kind of requirements in OLTP, generally they would go with indexing, second indexing. Otherwise, if it is column store, we don't really worry about indexing at all. Seriously, I'm using another database which is supporting column store. I'm just dumping data. I'm not really caring about performance. I'm just dumping and I'm getting good performance. I'm not really caring about normalization, denormalization, indexing, nothing. Straight away, I'm just dumping and I will get the column store range alone.
So what makes the difference between create index and create unique index?
Unique index is unique, and if you don't specify anything, it is non-unique. Unique is like it's going to hold the distinct values. If there's a column which holds distinct values, then you can build unique indexes. But if there's a column which does not hold distinct values, let's say it is going to hold duplicates, then you can't build unique index. Yeah.
So in this case, instead of employee name, we could have taken employee ID.
Yeah.
That's because that is going to be unique.
Yeah, but already employee is already a primary key, right? So primary key is already part of primary index. You don't have to create index again on ID. Yeah.
Okay. No, that is okay. I just, I mean, employee name is not going to be unique. The names can be repeated. That is why I asked.
Exactly. But for me, it was about syntax. So I was not worried about.
Okay. I mean, that's only led the confusion. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay, boss. Then there's something like alter index also. Alter index is like, alter index does not mean you are changing the definition of the index. You're rebuilding the indexes. When it's a rebuild, for example, let's say you have a table, you already build the index on the table, then you have changed this table definition, then you want to rebuild those indexes, you want to refresh the indexes in the database, then you can say what? Alter index, your index name and rebuild. That's it. When you want to refresh the indexes, what has been created on the table, then you'll create rebuild. But alter is not about changing the definition of the index. You want to refresh those indexes. You remember SLA will activate JSM to rebuild indexes. Then when you want to do that way, you will use this option, alter index, index name, and say rebuild. It will rebuild the indexes on the table. So we'll stop it here, and tomorrow we have to get into triggers, where we'll start writing a little bit on scripting. We've been writing normal. See, I'll come in detail about scripting later, in detail about selection later. First, to just make you familiar about what is table, what is view, what is synonym, what is index. I'm just touching each one by one. Say, for example, tomorrow we're going to touch something else. But to learn about trigger, we need to go on scripting. Trigger is simply call up action. I insert some record into a table. After every insert, I would like to perform a logic by default. I have a table. I do some operation on this table, and every time I do this operation, I want some logic to be triggered. That is what we achieve with triggers, database triggers. So the logic, what it has to perform is implement. How do you define the logic? We define the logic with SQL scripts. So if you've got to really define complex triggers, you need to be really strong in scripting. Mark scripting rather got basic do some trigger in them. Once you learn about scripting, you can implement any complex logic in triggering. That's what. So tomorrow we'll focus on triggers, and then then we have something. Wait, 1 second. Sequences, then the drop. So pretty much we would have touched this, and then we'll touch on procedures, functions, and the columns. You get the idea about every database object. Then we can extend. We can get into DML statement, data manipulation. Then we'll get into procedural statement, scripting, and that's how we get it. Yeah, tell me, boss.
Sir, once created index on a particular table, so after executing, hello?
What was it? Yeah.
So once created an index on table, so after executing select statement, so how do you know whether that index is created or not? Is there any traces there, sir, to check that one,
Yeah,
whether that index is triggered off?
Yeah, yeah. If you get into administration, there's some trace configuration. You can say SQL traces. For SQL, you can have the tracing. Yeah. And when you switch on the trace, it will be basically showing the trace as a file. In your diagnosis files, you will see a file like .trc, which is the trace file. Then when you open, you start seeing the trace, what has happened. Then you see whether the index has been used in the trace or not. Yeah, fine. Okay, boss. Meet tomorrow on the other part. Okay.
Sir, one last note, sir. Sir. Hello.
Yeah, tell me, boss.
Yeah. In my HANA server, in my office server, I'm not seeing the catalog and all the things are down the catalog. I'm not seeing anything. What what I need to do
you may
to
not
see the column?
Are you seeing the schema?
No, I'm not seeing any schemas also there. If I expand that one, it's showing nothing. If I expand the catalog,
might be see Vijay.
not showing anything.
That could be a problem of filter. You just remove this filter like this. That could be one problem.
Okay.
Or other problem could be that, but at least you should find the schema with your username. At least that should be visible. So make sure you remove this filter.
Okay.
At least you should see a schema with your username. Suppose let's say you're logged in with user 50. You should, when you expand the schema, you should see schema at least user 50. But that you are the owner of that schema. Yeah.
Okay. When I expand that, when I expand that one, it's showing nothing. That means I need to clear the filter.
One is, that's what, one could be a filter option. If you already removed filter, at least you should have seen your schema with your username, because you are the owner of that schema. That is minimum assigned to you. And if you're not seeing others, that could be an authorization issue also. Because even though you have authorization, at least your schema will be given to you. That's what I'm expecting. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll check on that one.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.